Good evening. Good evening and welcome to this, the October 9th meeting of the Livermore City Council. I now call the meeting to order. Let the roll call show that all the members of the council are present and accounted for, with the exception of Councilmember Bob Warner, who is excused. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, a question for the city attorney. Was there any reportable action taken in the closed session?
No, Mr. Mayor. No, there was not.
Okay, didn't think so. Thank you. On to proclamations and presentations. We've got an update from the Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center. Mr. Kennison, good to see you tonight.
Mayor Marchand, council members and staff, I was here in March giving our annual report, and you might be wondering why I'm back so soon.
Because it's all good news, right?
It is good news. But we've changed our fiscal year. One of the things that I wanted to do almost as soon as I arrived was make our fiscal year more aligned with what we actually do. So we changed our fiscal year from July to June. So I am reporting on what happened January of this year through the end of June of 2017. We packed a lot into 6 months, so I will go quickly. We hosted sold-out performances by the Chieftains, Timothy B. Schmidt from the Eagles, the Russian Ballet, comedian Tom Papa, Spy Pilot Chronicles with Brian Schull, and Rhapsody in Rhythm, the Gershwin Experience with Richard Glazer. Other highlights included Olivia Newton-John in Live On, stars of Broadway's Jersey Boys and Motown the Musical in the Doo-Wop Project. Lucy Arnaz and Storm Large returned. We had over 27,000 tickets sold, and according to Americans for the Arts' latest estimates, that means over $600,000 was spent locally in addition to the ticket price. These numbers are based on national averages, and in order to get more accurate numbers, Livermore Cultural Arts Council is commissioning a regional study with Americans for the Arts. We ended the season with a 68% average occupancy, well over what we were last year, which was, I think, about 54%. We built on our educational outreach by hosting America's leading contemporary dance company, Paul Taylor Dance Company, who provided workshops for students from Las Positas College and Valley Dance Theater. We hosted the first Livermore Innovation Fair and had an estimated 2,500 visitors. We collaborated with Livermore Valley Education Foundation for a fundraising concert, Community for Education, and we continue that work. This past weekend, we had Barrio Fiesta celebrating Filipino heritage in front of the bankhead, and we also had a Native American celebration with R. Carlos Nakai doing a workshop with 3 elementary school classes. In May, we announced our new season, and from the first day of sales, we were ahead of pace compared to last year. An 18% increase in number of tickets sold and over 25% increase in income. We made major changes in our programming and reduced the number of performances the bankhead presents to about 35 performances from what we normally did, which is about 50. We have added a few performances already and hope to end the season with about 40 nights. I will add, we just went on sale today for 2 big performances, Five for Fighting with a string quartet in January, and Jake Shimabukuro in February is on sale and probably will sell out in a couple of weeks. Our finances, we budgeted a loss for our short fiscal year of $167,000 for the 6-month period, but we're pleased to have beaten that number and only show an unaudited loss of about $6,000, which is $161,000 better than what our target was. There were a number of reasons for that. We had better than anticipated sales, and we also had a major donor step up with a multi-year pledge. We also, over the past 4 or 5 months, have gone through the process of creating a strategic plan. We engaged Tom Wilson from Campbell & Company, a well-respected consulting firm with a focus on development, to lead the committee comprised of board members and staff. The plan had 3 areas of focus: financial stability, artistic vitality, and the Bothwell Youth Education and Visual Arts Center. There are more details in the strategic plan, and you'll be able to see that on our website. But here are some of the highlights. Financial stability. We need to keep a balanced budget, obviously, and that's our number one goal. And we are committed to developing an operating reserve of 25% of our budget, in addition to the capital reserve that we have already begun. We want to create a artistic venture fund to cover the cost of doing more challenging work and keeping ticket prices reasonable. That fund has already been started with a seed of $25,000. We are working to build an endowment. I've talked about the need for we have a gap in our funding generally, annually, of about $400,000, and we found that the only solution is to develop an endowment in order to provide funding for that gap annually. And we are beginning the process of doing a feasibility study, and we are hopeful that we will be able to raise about $10 million in the next 10 years. Artistic vitality, on top of all the financial needs, we also need to provide access to great artists for the community. It's hard to measure, but it is so important for us to keep our supporters engaged. The Bothwell Art Center, Education and Visual Arts Center, is about 4% of our budget, and while we felt it was important to include this in our strategic plan, we also felt that we could not let it distract us from the things that happen at the Bothwell and that are not at the Bothwell, at the Bankhead, that are very important to our survival. After the feasibility study, we may need to revisit plans and reevaluate what we can and cannot support. We also did a survey recently over the summer, and there were no surprises there. We have to take most of these results with a grain of salt. Once again, the number one request from respondents is that we present more theater. And when we do present theater, we sell about half the house. So that is not financially sustainable. It is important that we continue to do that, and we're doing it this year, and we plan on doing it next year. But we have to do it with this artistic venture fund so that we're not losing money. We are committed to doing that, but we have to be realistic about how we're spending our money. We are planning on a few suggested improvements that seem universal: concessions and the audio quality, believe it or not. The Bankhead has fabulous acoustics, and a lot of the artists who come in think that they need to amplify everything, and it's not really necessary. So those are the two things we're focusing on this year that came out of the survey. And we also got some comments about the ticket prices, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that there are third-party resellers now who will buy tickets from us and resell them at an exorbitant rate. For instance, we had people who were complaining that the Nutcracker in December that is presented by Valley Dance Theater, tickets were $150, which is kind of shocking, but there are people who are selling them and there are people who are buying them. There is, as the saying goes, there's a sucker born every minute. The biggest complaint that we got, though, was something that we can't do anything about, and that is parking. It's something that I've dealt with. I dealt with it in Washington. It's a continual problem, and I personally think there's plenty of parking. I think Councilmember Warner used to say to me, Livermore does not have a parking problem, it has a walking problem. Because people are not willing to walk the 2 blocks that it takes to get to the theater. But we do have to keep an eye on parking. So looking ahead, we are planning our 18-19 season already and using the statistics from the past and listening to our patrons. In early September, we held our annual gala and grossed over $300,000. This event represents who we are fundamentally. Livermore Amateurs Symphony was amazing as they accompanied the Indigo Girls on the stage of the Bankhead. We sold over 300 tickets, even though we capped the attendance at 300. Next year, we hope to increase that number, and we are working to get another great artist to work with the symphony. We have begun assembling a committee to hire a consultant to look into the feasibility of raising $10 million to keep us sustainable. In the strategic plan, we will need support over the next 9 years and to raise the endowment we need. We'll be looking for help with this, but can't rely on historical donor base to make this happen. I would like to end by thanking all the folks who make it possible for us to do what we do, our donors, the great staff and board at Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center. And I say this from the stage, but it can't be said enough. Thanks to all of our volunteers who welcome the audience and make sure that they are safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kennison. Any questions? We're working on the parking, by the way.
Well, we're all working on the
We're
parking.
working very hard on the parking.
I just have one question. Scott, thanks very much. You know how much I enjoy the Bankhead, and the gala was fabulous. You mentioned that you've got somebody that's going to do an economic evaluation of what the arts bring to the community.
We aren't.
No, I meant sorry, you mentioned it that the
Yep.
Livermore
Cultural Arts Council.
Cultural Arts, yes. When will that be completed, and how will we learn about the results of that?
It should take about a month to a month and a half.
Okay.
It's just starting now. We are planning, as part of the process of having somebody come in from the Americans for the Arts to give a presentation to present the findings.
Okay.
There will also be printed materials.
Great,
Part
thank
of
you
the,
very
part
much.
Of
Yeah,
the,
look forward to seeing that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments? Great. Keep up the
Thank
great
you.
work. Thank you. Okay, Dave Wetmore, Greg Scott, Andrew Barker. Let's go on, Dave. Play some baseball.
Baseball time. Mr. Mayor, City Council, City staff, my name's Dave Wetmore. It's nice to be back here again. I'm the director of the Little League Intermediate World Series. With me tonight, two people you're very familiar with, Kathleen Mincer and Bill Aboomrad, who both sit on our executive committee. I just wanted to come tonight, give you a little bit of recap, and especially to thank the City Council for coming out to the World Series, throwing out a couple first pitches. I'd like to thank city staff, especially Teresa De La Vega with Economic Development, your police department, who's always very supportive, and your planning department that assisted us with our opening ceremonies. I provided you with an event summary, and I've given this also to Teresa, so if you need anything more from me. But once again, this year we had a little over 30,000 people attend your event. Almost 70,000 people looked in the streaming that we do now. And what's pretty amazing, once again, for economic development purposes, and I know ESPN loves this, and so do our corporate Little League partners, the event was viewed in over 140 countries during that week. So your event, which this year somehow or another hit the 5th year, was a success. It seems like it was just yesterday that it started. Little League Baseball's Board of Directors meets the first weekend of November every year, where they select their World Series sites. There are 7 World Series sites. One, of course, we know in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, that doesn't wander. We don't anticipate this to wander, even though I'm not too sure what Bill, Kathleen, and myself and some hours would do elsewhere. They'll let us know about that time, and then we'll start knowing dates. If we look at the calendar from last year, and it's usually pretty uniform, and talking with ESPN today, our teams would arrive on Friday, July the 27th. We'd have our opening at the Bankhead area again on Saturday the 28th. Games would start on the 29th, and the championship game would be on Sunday, August the 5th. So we will keep you posted, probably come back here in the January, February timeframe, come back about April or so and do our tournament draw and go from there. Just for your leisure, you can take a look at the, some of the items that we have from Facebook. How many, the viewership, I'm still waiting from ESPN on that. I'll share that once we have it. Some hotel information, improvement expenses that we've done, which we're very proud of and will continue to improve out at the complex. And some other little miscellaneous stats that are always nice to have. But once again, on behalf of our committee, I just wanted to come in and say thank you very much to city staff. Really do appreciate it. It's become a great partnership, and it's baseball, and I guess as a team, we're working very well together, and we appreciate it.
Great. Thank you very much. It was a great event. It really was. I was out there a number of days. It was a lot of fun, and I could just tell everybody was having a great time.
All right. Little toasty this year. We're going to requisition a little cooler next year. I think we had a couple days over 105. So, but our visitors enjoyed themselves. So that's the main thing. So thank you very much.
Everybody had a great time.
Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Kathleen. Thanks, Dave.
Bill, you need a new dance for watering that field next year, too. I remember. Got to work on that.
Okay, Greg Scott, Andrew Barker, John Stein.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Marchand and Livermore City Council. I am Greg Scott, and I spoke to you all at the last City Council meeting on the public hearing item regarding the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, CAPER, that is a requirement for the $366,714 from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for the Community Block Development Grant to the City of Livermore. In my limited comments on CAPER, I pointed out a required goal not met and that the report was not ready for prime time. The goal not being met is goal number 2 on page 144 of the CAPER report. Quote, provide assistance to all persons or households who are on the verge of becoming homeless and those who are experiencing homelessness, unquote. The City Council approved the CAPER report unanimously. Mayor Marchand graciously allowed me to complete my thoughts after the 3-minute speaking limit, whereupon I took liberty to discuss 2 solutions to some of the homeless situation. 1, a parking commons safe haven for homeless living in their cars, and 2, a city tax on landlords who are profiteering handsomely on skyrocketing rents while externalizing socioeconomic costs onto the community. At some point, we need to address causality in the expanding homeless and poverty issues and not just apply solutions and non-solutions such as police harassments to topical symptoms. In the last City Council meeting, the parking commons safe haven was labeled complex. If you want to understand complex, give up your roofs, give up your beds, give up your private bathrooms, and come on out. Day and night, the homeless understand well complex. The homeless are obviously stakeholders in the homeless issue and need to be involved in its solutions. How exactly is the persecution of the homeless through the homeless outreach request form on the City of Livermore's website going to help the homeless? Is this the housed versus the homeless? The scenario seems to be issue an expensive citation that cannot be paid, cite iteratively, then comes a warrant, then comes a stay in the Santa Rita jail, and the loss of possessions. How, again, does this help the homeless? Where do you expect the homeless to go? I read from the official community newsletter of the City of Livermore, fall 2017, issue 47, from In the Spotlight, reporting homeless activity. Quote, the homeless street outreach team consists of the City of Livermore Human Services Division, Livermore Police Department, and Adobe Services. The team will work closely to respond to the homeless reports while ensuring safety, maintaining our sense of community, and most importantly, reaching out to our homeless population to provide resources, unquote. In reality, the efficacy of the most important clause emphasis is either comedic or truly tragic. The homeless issue needs to be addressed more adequately and promptly in a non-persecutorial fashion to the homeless for the resilience and health of the community. Positive and creative solutions such as safe haven commons, both parking and non-parking, are needed for Livermore strong. May all beings be safe. May all beings be protected. Namaste.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Andrew Barker, John Stein, David McGuigan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Around 2008, our Affordable Housing Fund bought land downtown for around $14.5 million. That was $14.5 million in 2008 dollars. Now you are proposing to pay this back without considering any land value accrual, without paying any interest, without paying any rent for the parking that's been used on that land so far. And I'll note that parking is not an allowed use for affordable housing funds in your municipal code. And you aren't even considering adding inflation to this amount. This money belongs to the poor people of Livermore, those who don't have housing, people like maybe the last speaker. And it's not morally right, it's not morally appropriate for you to pay it back in the way that you are planning to do. This is wrong, and you know it. Please direct your staff to provide more options for paying this back in the appropriate way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. John Stein, David McGuigan.
John Stein, 1334 Cathy Court. I've become disheartened to see the scenic vistas of the hillsides and ridgelines disappearing behind the buildings that Sage is putting up. The last tier blocks a significant portion of the ridgeline. You can't even see the hills as you go by. This could have been solved by moving some of the dirt where the houses are onto the swale to the west and just lowering them by even 10 feet would have been a vast improvement. The people who worked for decades to establish the scenic corridor are probably turning over in their graves. People like Don Miller, Clarence Hainig, Margaret Tracy, Archer Futch, who established Save Our Hills. But it's important to realize times change, priorities change. Perhaps housing is more important. Perhaps bringing BART to Livermore is more important. Perhaps the homeless are more important. Perhaps developing the downtown is more important. But it is sad to see the scenic corridor disappearing a piece at a time. Each building goes up and obscures more. Probably Caltrans will put up a sound wall. We're going to build more buildings. It's just going to disappear, and in a generation, people won't even know what the scenic corridor is. But there is a lesson to be learned. The people who established the urban growth boundary are passing on. And in a generation, unless you focus on purchasing land and easements to establish a green belt between Dublin and Livermore and a green belt around the current urban development, in a generation, you'll see the open space to the north disappear after Livermore has exhausted as much density as it can add to the existing city. They say the good people do is often interred by their bones, with their bones, and there is a lesson to be learned. I urge you to focus. You're building up a fairly large war chest of money. It's time to start spending it. You've got to decide what the focus is. Is it Collier Canyon? Is it the alkali sink? Is it a green belt? Is it acquiring water from Las Vaqueras? But it is time to start spending that if you want to ensure the existence of open space to the north. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. And last speaker, Dave McGuigan.
Now, I hope I can get through my comments tonight with another rude and inappropriate interruption. Let me clarify some things. First, I'm sure your attorney has told you, but let me remind you, you cannot slander someone by telling the truth. Second, if I'm going to accuse you of a crime, you'll know it. Like when I say Officer Starr committed deliberate perjury when he testified he didn't talk to me for the first 40 minutes, when in reality he had my signed statement by that point. You see, no ambiguity, and coincidentally, it's not slander because it's true. And don't worry, I'll be coming back to Officer Starr as soon as we clear up what happened with ex-Officer Black's trial. Now, I'm no expert, but I've realized for some time now that you, Mayor Marchant, suffer from what I call listening comprehension deficit disorder. Of course, you have a great-looking mustache, so at least you look good while you have that deer-in-the-headlight look going on. But I hope tonight you try real hard to understand what's being said and the questions being asked. On June 26th, we learned Livermore acted deliberately to interfere in the trial of ex-officer Dan Black. Mayor Marchant told us that there was no council vote, so he acted independently. Public monies were spent on an outside attorney to make the argument. When I pointed it out that Mayor Marchant was who directed the attorney to suppress the evidence, he falsely accused me of accusing him of obstruction of justice. Let me be clear, in no way did your actions reach the legal threshold of obstruction of justice. But given your listening comprehension deficit disorder, I can understand your confusion, because what you did is absolutely the moral equivalent of obstruction of justice. That's why you need to explain your actions. Why did you commit such a morally egregious act of unilaterally expending public monies to interfere in the trial of a sexual predator? And let me ask my other question about this issue in a slightly different way. Given you were well aware of the child abuse report that you had suppressed, how was your assertion to the people of Livermore that there were no allegations of child abuse anything but a bold-faced lie?
That concludes our Citizens Forum. Okay, with that, moving on to the consent calendar. Is there anything anyone wishes to pull for the consent calendar? Okay, I do. I do have comment cards for 4.05, 4.06. So I will pull those for comment. Let me get a motion for 4.01, 2, 3, and 4.01, 02, and 03, and 04.
I'll move that we approve 4.01 through 4.04.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, abstentions? Passed unanimously. Okay, 4.05, I have a comment card from Greg Scott. Mr. Scott?
If there is $271,850 in unexpected fiscal year 2016-2017 Housing Services Grant Funds, then there are additional resources for the homeless. This is a carryover amount of $74,917 for Adobe Services, whereupon the recommended appropriation in fiscal year 2017-18 is a homeless street outreach total of $58,581. Adobe Services Homeless Street Outreach received a total of $79,684 in funding in fiscal year 2016-17. If there is a $58,581 carryover amount, then this means just over 73% of the total funding was not utilized, and that just over 23% was not utilized for a second year program, or over $18,327 plus dollars. Now, if the 2-year budget for the Adobe Services Homeless Street Outreach is $79,840, which is $39,842 per year, then there is here an $18,327 plus dollar, or approximately 46% increase to the budget for the remaining year. What additional services are going to be provided by Adobe Services House Homeless Outreach in this 46% increase? How would those additional services be funded and maintained in the fiscal year 2018-2019 budget? Certainly the outreach is helping some, but seems to be falling short for many. If there is no plan to consistently maintain 46% increase to the Adobe Services Homeless Street Outreach Services, then why not allot some of this $18,327 plus dollars to the critical winter homeless warming shelters, which have no stipulated financial allotment in the CAPER report? Are there other relatively inexpensive creative solutions some of this money can be allotted to, such as Parking Commons Safe Haven for the homeless? There are resources here. We need to realize a community consists not so much of edifices as of people. A community portrait is not so much the showcasing of its strong and powerful as it is the portrayal and compassion for its weaker members.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. If I could ask Mr. Uranga or perhaps Claudia Young to address some of the concerns about, I know that one of the things that we do is we leverage those dollars as best we can over time to provide the maximum benefit. For example, with the construction going on at Chestnut, we've leveraged a lot of resources for that, and Ty Robinson as well. Speak to that. Thank you. Pull back. There you go.
Good evening. I'm Claudia Young, the Human Services Program Manager. So just to let you know, staff is working to address the homeless priority. Since I started in July, I've been looking at all the different services that we have to offer, looking for gaps in services and gaps in our program, so we are doing exactly that. We're looking to see what are we funding, what are those gaps, and what can we do differently to address the priority. So staff is also looking at the possibility of a safe parking program. So we're looking to see what other jurisdictions are doing so and how does it work, and we will be bringing that back to council in a memo. As for the abode services, this is carryover funds, so it's not additional funds that they're getting. And the carryover funds, the reason why they had carryover funds is because they had they had a turnover in staff. They have since staffed up, and we are ready to go for the new year. So they will be providing a higher level of service with their outreach staff.
Okay, Ms. Young, Ms. Robinson, thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Any questions for staff at this point? Okay, thank you. And now 4.06, Connie Copps.
Hi, Mayor, council member, staff. I'm interested in you retaining all documents pertaining to the old parcel maps that have to do with North Livermore and Springtown. Also, any other financial documents, like, say, for instance, maybe the records of the golf course, anything that has to do with that area right now, because right now, we're working on, what is going to happen to that area, and I'm interested in comparing some different, some old records with the new ones. I know the parcels changed over the years on that, and there's still some question on that, so I'm asking to retain those documents. Thank you.
That's that quick question.
Aren't they supposed to retain? It says that title to real property or liens thereon are to be retained. Is that true? So they will be retained.
Just all the documents there, yeah. On that. They said they were going to get rid of parcel records, so old parcel records.
Yeah, Councilmember Carling and Mayor Marchand and other council members, the city has a records retention schedule that we go by, and it's been approved by the council, and it also follows state guidelines. These are records that we no longer need or need to retain for city services. We have several, very many documents that are retained long-term and or on a permanent basis. If there are projects going on in the city, currently going on in the city, we do pull those files and then we do retain them until such time as it's deemed that we no longer need them, or they're not classified as permanent records.
Yes, and to Ms. Kopp's point, though, I mean, it does say in this that records affecting the title to real property or liens will be kept, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's no risk of those being destroyed?
That's what I assumed,
Okay.
yeah.
Very good. So, problem addressed. Okay, do I have a motion for 4.05 and 4.06?
I'll move. So move.
Moved by Councilmember Coomber.
Second.
By Councilmember Carling. Any discussion on the motion? Any abstentions or noes? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, thank you. Moving on to first public hearing. We've got the hearing to consider a request by the Wine Group, LLC, to annex into the city of Livermore.
Good evening, Mayor Marchand, members of the City Council. Tonight's item is a request for annexation of the Kincannon Winery property. Here is the Kincannon Winery campus located within South Livermore Valley. It's adjacent to the city's municipal boundaries shown here in pink. It is also adjacent to the urban growth boundary shown as a dotted line. The campus is located at the end of South Livermore Avenue and on the north side of Tesla Road. Due to increasingly stringent wastewater discharge requirements, Kincannon Winery is seeking annexation to connect to the city's sanitary sewer system. This would help alleviate a growing groundwater quality issue in the South Livermore Valley. These wastewater regulations are negatively impacting the wine region by limiting wine production and the provision of visitor-serving uses and other amenities. To deliver services, the city must look at two sets of policies: the general plan's urban growth boundary policies, as well as the out-of-area service agreement policies. Based on the out-of-area service policies, the winery must annex to receive city services. According to the general plan urban growth boundary policies, those policies establish criteria that the property would need to comply with. including adjacency to the urban growth boundary, land use consistency, and provision of services in a non-growth inducing manner. Based on staff's analysis, the winery property complies with these criteria, making the property eligible to receive services at the discretion of the City Council. If approved, the annexation would relocate this pink boundary and incorporate the winery campus. The dotted line, the urban growth boundary, would remain in its current location. The urban growth boundary can only be relocated subject to a vote of Livermore residents. Sewer connection would come from the north and Almond Avenue up here. The Kincannon Winery property is made up of 3 interconnected parcels containing administrative offices, a caretaker's unit, bottling facility, tasting room, and restaurant, as well as other improvements that collectively function in conjunction with each other as a winery and visitor destination. The annexation does not propose site development or expansion of these existing facilities. If annexed, any such proposal would be required to comply with city standards and require either a conditional use permit or a conditional use permit amendment. The winery campus property has a Livermore General Plan land use designation of agricultural viticulture, and the annexation and provision of sewer service is consistent with the general plan goals and policies to promote the South Livermore Valley as a premier wine region and to proactively protect and enhance viticulture and cultivated agriculture. Prior to annexing, the property must be pre-zoned. Staff proposes pre-zoning the subject property to South Livermore Valley Agriculture Zoning District because the winery's uses, building sizes, and placement comply with the zoning standards and other applicable development code standards, and because the zone is intended to implement the agriculture viticulture designation, support wine country uses, and protect existing viticulture and agricultural uses from converting to urban uses in the future. The entire winery property, including the vineyard area, is encumbered with a conservation easement. The conservation easement, shown here in green, and establishes a building envelope, shown here in red. This red boundary would be the annexation area. The conservation easement prohibits further subdivision of the property. It limits development to the delineated building envelope. Does not allow any sale or transfer of any individual parcels, and it further ties these parcels together that make the property into one entity. As you'll note, one of the winery parcels shown here is not currently encumbered with a conservation easement. As a condition of annexation, the conservation easement would be amended and reinstated to include this parcel. The city would be a third-party beneficiary to that portion of the easement, and again, the easement would restrict all development into this building envelope shown here in red. Staff received comments from community groups requesting additional Alameda County land use restrictions placed on the annexation. These standards are derived from the county's Measure D initiative, which created an urban growth boundary for the county. These restrictions include a 2-acre building envelope and a 0.01 floor area ratio maximum, with no less than 20,000 square feet per parcel. Staff does not recommend including these provisions because applying these standards would immediately result in non-conforming structures. As shown in the graphic, the existing buildings are outlined by this black line. The red area represents approximate square footage allowed under a 0.01 floor area. As you can see, the existing buildings would immediately exceed the allowable square footage. And this means the winery could not develop further or build to its current footprint if damage was incurred. And this would ultimately reduce the size and operations of the winery. That would be inconsistent with general plan policies to promote Livermore Valley as a wine region. Secondly, staff does not recommend including these provisions because staff concluded that the general plan, the zoning standards, and the conservation easement's building envelope all contribute adequate land use and development restrictions to the property. Because the connection to sewer would relieve groundwater quality issue, the property complies with the general plan growth boundary policies, and the proposed zoning and conservation easement sufficiently address future development of the property. Staff recommends that the City Council introduce an ordinance pre-zoning the Kincannon Winery property to the South Livermore Valley Agricultural Zoning District, adopt a resolution certifying the environmental determination and authorizing staff to submit an application to the local agency formation commission for the annexation of the Kincannon Winery, and also adopt a resolution authorizing the execution of transfer of property tax for the property with Alameda County. Representatives from the wine group are here with us this evening. Kyle Schmidt from the wine group is here to give a brief statement, and after that, he and staff are available for any questions that the council may have. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Very good. Thank you.
Good evening.
Any questions for staff right now? No. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just want to briefly, reinforce the importance of this proposal to us, as well as to give a little bit of history of how we arrived here. In 2010, at the winery, we began what was the last of our planned or desired expansion projects, which included installing Alameda County approved and permitted wastewater handling systems. After that, the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board was informed of our project, and we were told that we needed coverage from them under a permit in the form of waste discharge requirements. After almost 4 years of operating after the expansion and ongoing negotiations with the water board, we were issued a permit with limitations that, one, we could not meet, and two, we believed and tried to show to them were environmentally unnecessary. The permit gave us two final conditions. One, the permit expired in July of 2016, at which time no discharges were permitted any longer. And two, that within that time frame, we were to connect to the City of Livermore sewer system for delivery of our waste. Since that time, we have spent in excess of $3 million to both haul our waste off-site, install a on-site wastewater treatment plant, and negotiate a new permit for the wastewater treatment plant that allows us to recycle the processed water as irrigation water on the vineyards. The permit, however, does not allow for the disposal of domestic wastewater or allow for any buffer for any emergency situations. The connection to the City of Livermore sewer system is now our last and only option for handling of this waste. Not gaining connection leaves us in an operational and financial situation where we must consider removing our operations from Concannon and from the South Livermore wine growing region. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions at this point?
Just a question for staff.
Okay.
A couple questions for staff.
Vice Mayor?
So what other parcels would qualify under the same criteria? So we're talking parcels that are adjacent to the urban growth boundary or the city limits. If you go back to the diagram, and then maybe we need to discuss what the definition of adjacent to is, because it looks like the two parcels on the lower are not technically, or I shouldn't say technically, but they're not just obviously adjacent to. So those are my first two questions. One, what other parcels would be qualified for this kind of exception? And two, could you define adjacent to?
Sure. So we looked across the southern South Livermore urban growth boundary, and really this is a unique circumstance of this size of parcel. It's about 80 acres total, all under common ownership, one easement, and one operation. There is another comparable sized parcel holding, which is are the vineyards up here to the east, or excuse me, west of sub-area 2 in your South Livermore Valley specific plan. Those are under a permanent conservation easement with no development potential there. The remaining parcels along the urban growth boundary range in size from about 5 acres up to 25 acres. There are some larger parcels up along Concannon and Wente that already have the development rights removed and are under easement held by the Tri-Valley Conservancy. So this is a real unique circumstance. There may be other smaller parcels that could apply, and they would be subject to the same test and to test against the South Livermore urban growth boundary policies, and then with the ultimate discretion by the council. So this is a pretty unique circumstance here.
So you don't see this creating a kind of opening Pandora's box and we have a sudden rush to annex everything in the south and develop the south, basically?
No, between again, the policies are pretty specific.
Right.
And in answer to your second question, before adjacent, the technical termination means near. If we wanted to say touching, it would be coterminous. But these, again, they all function as one operation. There have been parcels in existence since the mid-90s, if not sooner, under common ownership. And again, the easement ties them all together as one. So the other parcels along the urban growth boundary don't share these type of circumstances that qualify this particular parcel or are applicable to this parcel. And so that's maybe a longer answer. Hope to answer your question.
No, that was fine. One other question: are there any other tools that we can use to connect this parcel, such as an out-of-area service agreement, anything that we can issue a variance for? If you could address those two in particular.
Sure. An out-of-area service agreement. The city has adopted out-of-area service agreement policies. Those policies actually require a parcel to annex if they're adjacent to the city boundary and the urban growth boundary. So that test applied to this property requires annexation.
Okay.
Variance is typically a land use tool related to physical circumstances of a property that are generally not appropriate at for this type of application. When you have a zoning district that creates conformity and does not need or require variances to make it work, then generally you want to go with that standard zoning district and not have exceptions, at least with a variance. Other tools would be plan development and zoning, which again have variances sort of built into those standards. Typically, those are done to avoid unique features on property like steep slopes, riparian corridors, or sensitive areas where you would want to preclude development. It's not the best tool here, again, since you do have a conventional zoning district that works. We generally, as a policy, try to avoid the use of PDs or plan developments when possible.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
Do you have cards?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Please use questions at this point. Oh, okay.
I just wanted to ask about the wastewater or the groundwater issues that are behind this move, because I'm always leery about the urban growth boundary and what we can do. And could you address that a little bit and explain what's in the groundwater that we may want to solve that by providing this fix?
Sure, and perhaps the Concannon representatives can provide even more details, but generally there's a plume of nitrates that's actually originating off-site and has sort of migrated across underneath in the groundwater underneath the site. Typically rural or private landowners with 5, 10, 20 acre lots like you find on Buena Vista aren't, you don't have your federal and state resource agencies going after them because they're not applying for permits on the scale that Concannon is. So when Concannon went to have their treatment plan and expansion, they were subject to these rules, and the state is actually requiring the county to enforce their rules now. They haven't been doing that because of staffing and other priorities, but now they are cracking down on that. So the county, both the county and state, are enforcing the Clean Water Act provisions, and so Concannon was hit with some permit requirements, and any other details you'd probably be best from the applicant.
Just to build on that a little bit, the typical winery discharge has very, very low nitrates. One of the main issues here is the domestic waste, but as Mr. Stewart pointed out, a lot of the high nitrates are coming from the Buena Vista area. So unfortunately, the groundwater plume, which is the region board's trying to deal with, is not the responsibility. The cause was not Concannon. However, they're stuck because they're overlaying that plume. There was a few years ago, there was an application for a bed and breakfast, and when they started dealing with all the onerous issues around this water treatment, they just went away because it was too difficult to deal with. That was back in the Zone 7 days. But yeah, so this is what we're discharging here, very low nitrates. Doesn't affect or wasn't the cause of this, but certainly Concannon is being stuck with it because, as you mentioned, the issues around the state, and they're hamstrung right now. So, any other questions? Okay, I do have some cards. Okay, Tamara Royce, John Stein, Dick Schneider.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm here tonight on behalf of Friends of the Vineyards, and we are really recognize the issue that Concannon is facing, and we want to be supportive, but we're also really concerned about the urban growth boundary and in getting to the intent and the integrity of the South Livermore Plan. So we had met with Concannon, and my group, along with other groups who will be speaking tonight, and they were very willing to work with us to impose greater restrictions to protect possibly other property owners from using something like this to leapfrog development, because what we have here is that the parcel that will be getting the sewer services is not really the parcel that's adjacent to the UGB. So Concannon was open to it, and we were very excited about the prospect of working with them and very pleased with their willingness to work with the community. And then we found out that the problem, as your staff brought up, was that this created a non-conforming use. And if in the horrible event that something was to happen to their property, they wouldn't be able to rebuild. So it's not the issue of greater restrictions that seems to be the problem. It's the issue of how to protect them in the event that something would happen to their facilities. And so our group is concerned about, looking at some different alternatives so that we can protect any now unforeseen or unforeseeable issue with the UGB, coming up, and then end up with another situation that can try to take advantage of this as some sort of precedent for leapfrogging growth in the future. So what we would hope is that you would direct your staff to look at other alternatives, be creative, give you guys some options so that this can be a win-win for, those who want to protect the quality of the rural area in South Livermore, as well as for Concannon, who needs this project. So we hope that you will think about possibly a variance. It's been proposed. It's determined to be a legal way to do it. It may be unique, but that doesn't mean it's not a good idea. Or other options that I'm sure your creative and knowledgeable staff could come up with more time to think about it, and with the direction from you that you really want it to go that way. So, we'll hope that you will be able to consider that possibility tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Royce. John Stein, Dick Schneider, Chris Chandler.
John Stein, 1334 Cathy Court. I think everyone agrees that the city should provide a wastewater treatment for Concannon. The question facing you is twofold. What is the best way to do that? And if you do annex, do the income from sales and property tax exceed the cost of providing services? Also, there's the question of bringing the facility into compliance with the city's building codes, which are somewhat different than the county's. But I would assume that since the Concannon Winery has been around for a long time, you would get property tax based upon the 1978 value. So that might be a problem. But my concerns are basically, I think that when we established the urban growth boundary, contiguous mostly with the city limits, the goal was to provide a clear, bright boundary. If you notice, the city boundaries go around the Retzloff Winery. The goal was to have the agricultural uses in the county, the urban uses in the city. The staff did point out one exception to that, and that's the 20-acre parcels along Valicitos and Kaltoff Commons. And that was a special case. It's an unusual shaped annexation with a narrow neck and a big bulb that includes those properties. But that was part of a settlement with Ruby Hill. At that time, there was no Measure D, and that was the only way that we could ensure that Ruby Hill would not move further into the wine country. But overall, some of the problems, are that there's a lot of trucks parked out in the vineyard. The city doesn't allow that. There are some ongoing conflicts between the winery and the properties along Buena Vista. And if one's in the county and one's in the city, that would create complexities. And the other, ongoing problem is what will happen in the future when places like Ruby Hill, not Ruby Hill, Poppy Ridge or Wente find it difficult to run a package plant that denitrifies their domestic waste. The problem is not the vineyards, it's the visitors and the workers. How do we provide services to them? Because the state will require that. And so the question is there a way of changing the city policy to provide out-of-area service without annexation, even for properties that are adjacent to the city? And would that be a better long-term plan than annexation and ending up with an interdigitized county and city properties all the way out to Poppy Ridge? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Dick Schneider, Chris Chandler, Gene King.
Good evening, Mayor Marchand, members of the council. I'm Dick Schneider, speaking for the Tri-Valley Group of the Sierra Club. The Sierra Club's involved in a lot of issues, a lot of conservation issues. In the Tri-Valley, we're particularly involved with the creation and then the protection of urban growth boundaries. That's why we're concerned about this issue. To the best of my knowledge, this is the first time that the urban growth boundary would be pierced for a private enterprise to receive city services. So we want to make sure that the correct signals are sent and the correct precedent is set in this regard. So after the Planning Commission met in June, we met with representatives of Concannon, the wine group, and we explained to them our concerns, and they were agreeable that to what we were considering. They talked to the corporate headquarters, found out that the wine group could accept these conditions, and we thought we had a good solution to the problem. Then it turned out, as staff smartly pointed out, that we were creating a situation of nonconformance with the conditions, and if a disaster struck, that the facility would not be able to be rebuilt to its current size. So we asked a prominent land use attorney, Stuart Flashman, who many of you know, to come up with a solution, and he came up with a solution of a variance so that the entire facility would be given a variance. It would then be considered conforming, and in the creation, if the event of a disaster happened, the facility could be rebuilt to its current size, although they couldn't be allowed to expand, and the wine group has no intention of expanding beyond its current facility. So we thought that was an acceptable solution, and we had presented to staff. They were disinclined to accept it because they think variances are not appropriate for this situation, but they did say it would work and that it is legal. Now, there may be other solutions, as Mr. Stewart described the planned development district, and as he alluded to me before the meeting started, there may be yet another way. And so we think that with people putting their heads together, including Stuart Flashman, we can certainly consult with him again. Maybe he has further ideas, that we can come up with a win-win-win. A win for the groundwater, a win for Kincannon, and a win for the UGB. And we hope that you'll give us the opportunity by directing staff to work with us to come back with a proposal that might solve the problem for everybody. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Chris Chandler and Jean King.
Mayor Marchand and City Council members, I am Chris Chandler, speaking to you on behalf of the wineries and vineyards in Livermore Valley. Since 1883, Livermore Valley has had the exceptional good fortune of having Concannon Vineyard, one of the founding families of California wine, in the community. Generations of family leadership have made significant contributions to the California wine industry and have positioned Concannon as a landmark winery. And in the 1950s, the property was established as a California historical landmark. Given the unfolding tragedy today in Napa and Sonoma, I'm hoping the proposed annexation, which staff recommends, will be even more of a priority of the City Council. The annexation is consistent with the Livermore General Plan policies to support the South Livermore Valley as a premier wine destination, and the urban growth boundary will remain in place without change. I've spoken with my counterpart at the Tri-Valley Conservancy, and they have no objections to the plan before the City Council this evening. Having read through the staff report and the accompanying documents, and since the Planning Commission concluded that the general plan, the South Livermore Valley Ag zoning standards, the historic status, and conservation easements would provide adequate regulatory control, I am asking that you please pre-zone and annex this valued and truly appreciated vineyard and winery into the City of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chandler. And Jean King.
Good evening. I am going to read a statement by Lee Yonker, who is the chairman of the Friends of Livermore, because he could not be here this evening. The City of Livermore is considering and responding to the Wine Group annexation and sewer expansion proposal, has the opportunity to take actions that simultaneously achieve three objectives widely supported by the community: protect the groundwater in South Livermore, support an important Livermore-based winery, and provide enduring and unquestioned commitment to the spirit and the intent of the urban growth boundary. The staff recommendation achieves the first two objectives, but leaves uncertainty and unresolved questions around the impact of the action on the future of the UGB in South Livermore. Following consultations with a land use attorney, we are convinced that there are ways to extend the sewer service and with a variance provide the necessary protection of the UGB. We have been assured that this can be done in a way to enable the landowner to fully rebuild in the event of a future fire or other disaster. The Friends of Livermore supports having the council ask staff to investigate a variance or other solution that fully achieves all three important objectives. Lee Yonker, Chair, Friends of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Okay, that's it. So I'm going to close the public hearing. I kept thinking of all these comments about creative solutions, but I keep thinking of working with the regional board, and when you're a ham, everything looks like a nail. So, and that's what happens with a lot of the creativity. Expand just a little bit on the difference between a variance and an annexation. I remember the Planning Commission voted, particularly with the annexation, but if you just expand a little bit more.
Sure. Annexation is an action that incorporates land into the city limits, and then it's subject to city land use control, receive city services, and whatever type of use then becomes part of the city proper. A variance is a tool to vary from a development standard, such as you most often see variance requests as a request for a setback from a property line. You know, a 10-foot setback from a property line for a building as opposed to 15.
So it's a different tool, but it gives us less control.
Yes, and there are findings mandated by the state that you have to make to approve a variance, and they're typically due to unusual circumstances applicable to the property, like a strange shape, strange or unusual occurrence on the property, due to the physical layout, topography, presence of other constraints on there, and then also whether or not granting a variance to be a grant of special privileges not available to other properties in the vicinity.
Okay, all right.
It isn't one or the other, though, is it?
And one of you need to meet one of those standards. The issue from a staff perspective on the granting of a variance is it's an adjudicatory act, so it requires discretion on the part of the council, and it's that discretion that could be abused in the future. In other words, you made that finding in this particular case. If you ultimately set up zoning that you're comfortable with, and the property is consistent with that zoning, you haven't set a precedent. In other words, every property ultimately would have to conform to those rules, and anytime they found a part of the rules they didn't like, they couldn't ask you for a variance and say, but you gave it to Kincannon just down the street, and we're a lot like them. So I think that tool in particular would make your staff very concerned about the misuse or potential misuse of that in the future, because those standards require some judgment on your part rather than the maximum amount of developable area, which is a set number. It either is conforming or it is not.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you. Okay, bring it back to the council. Comments?
Yeah, one of the things. So I'm sure you folks have thought about this, and you've talked to some of these folks that have spoken to us this evening, and I think everybody's very earnest in trying to accommodate the request that Kincannon is making. I don't think there's any disagreement with that. The question I have is, I guess, is there a way to limit uses and sizes that we could explore? For example, suppose we don't want a big hotel out there.
Right. So there are a couple of ways to do that. One is that you have easements over the property. The easements are going to be reconfigured and extended. And so one way you could do that would be to limit through the easement the types of land uses that are permitted on the building envelope area. We would need to work with the Tri-Valley Conservancy to do that. Council could provide that direction, for example, to limit the uses or to limit the amount of development. That might be the simplest way.
Okay.
The other way would be to do plan development zoning, which is specialized zoning. That would have to go back through your planning commission and come back to the council.
Is there a way that, well, how much, let's go down the easement path first. Is there a way we could approve tonight and ask you to look at the easements then? Or do we have to wait and have it appear on a few months from now again?
At this time, staff would support that it would be appropriate and possible at this time to include some appropriate amount of limit within the easement. We are going to reconstitute it, as Mr. Spence said. And given the common ownership, the one easement that ties them all together, and the limited potential that's within that existing envelope, we think using a development standard within an easement is a possibility. It is a similar, or it has been done before in other easements where you have a limited envelope and you limit the amount of building square footage, for example. And then, in the future, if the council were to express concern with potential opportunities out there to allow more development, staff could look at the South Livermore area comprehensively and perhaps come up with a range of appropriate sizes that could be included in a zoning designation like the SLV Ag with a development code amendment. The .01 FAR that's in the Measure D standards is probably not enough for to be viable. The coverage standard in the city's SLV Ag designation is probably too much for larger parcels.
What is it?
It's a 20% building coverage.
Okay.
So, for larger parcels, it's probably not the greatest fit, but there just aren't that many larger parcels out there. So, again, staff could look at that and bring it back as part of a comprehensive look for you. But we do think it would be appropriate, given the pressure that Concannon is on at the state and local level with the county, to look at some sort of appropriate cap or square footage limit, and we could fold that into the easement when it's reconstituted.
So your action tonight would provide direction. For example, if you wanted there to be a limit on the square foot that could be placed on there, you could give us some standard against what's there. In other words, 5,000 or 10,000 square feet more than what's existing, to allow some flexibility should they have to build a shed or some other accessory building out there. And if there were certain uses you wanted to explicitly exclude, even though they were permitted by zoning, such as a hotel or conference center or any of the other uses like that, if you could place that into your motion, that could be part of your action tonight and would become part of the transaction as it ultimately moved forward to annexation. So it would be a condition on your pre-zoning.
Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor? That's it? Okay, still working at it.
I don't have any specific too much either, but I had a similar question about the variance versus options, and you explained the options well, and the head is spinning right now as I try to think of what allowable square footage and things are out there, because that seems like a perfect way to go. Because the other thing we have to factor in is that Concannon can't keep putting this off. This has got to move forward. This is something that's going to help protect the groundwater, which is an interest of mine as an environmentalist. I would like to see some of the nitrate plumes mitigated somehow, and if this can do that, that makes a lot of sense to me. But one of my other things that always slows me down is when we talk about poking holes through the urban growth boundary. That's it's been a big deal with me. I worked on the urban growth boundary back in a long time ago, and would love to see it preserved in a way that, and I think we're so very close from listening to the public comments. I think we're so very close that these easements may be a solution. We can get down to the specifics, which I'm sure we'll be chatting about soon.
Because we're not putting nobody's suggesting putting urban growth out there. We're talking about allowing Concannon to continue to continue to operate as they have since 1883. And if we really wanted to clean up the groundwater and protect the groundwater, we'd annex Buena Vista and put a sewer line down that, because that's where the problem is coming from. But nobody's proposing to do that. But unfortunately, Concannon's gotten hit with this. So it's we're talking about preserving and really the most effective way to preserve open space is to ensure that the open space use is economically viable, that it can continue to operate and continue to maintain that open space. So I think that this presents a good opportunity to preserve that, to maintain the groundwater, and to protect an agricultural use, which has been a critical part of this valley since 1883. So with the easements that we've talked about to ensure everybody's comfort, I'd be willing to support that. Vice Mayor Spadowski.
I had one question for staff. If we were to ask you to bring us more details about the easements and also the variance suggestion, how soon can we get that back to council? I know limited time, maybe discussions with some of the groups that are concerned about the easements, that potential solution. How soon can we get it back? Because I understand part of my day job, I've spent many days at 1515 Clay Street in Oakland listening to regional board testimony and going through that process. So I feel for you. I understand what you're going through. I just want to make sure that I fully understand. I'm not comfortable just saying let's create some conditional easements and just go for it. I'd like to hear more detail about that, and also a little bit more about the variance issue.
So, Vice Mayor Spadowski, the handy thing about this particular action is it's an ordinance, so you automatically get a second bite at this. So if you were to give us direction this evening, we would return both with the exact language to you. We'd talk about that exact language this evening, and could bring both that language and the analysis back. If you were not comfortable with it at that point, you would not approve the second reading. And we would continue to search for an answer.
In that first reading, then we would be approving it with the easements, or
Yes,
would we still keeping
direct-
the variance option open?
You would begin to give us the direction on the easement. We could certainly do further analysis. I mean, your staff wouldn't recommend that simply because it's a subjective standard, and I think the thing that all parties want to avoid here is subjectivity. We'd like to have some objective standards that everyone could, get close to agreeing on. At least we wouldn't start the process of allowing discretion to sort of enter this process, and I think that's the most dangerous of those. So zoning or an easement would be the two tools, and we'd recommend for expedience to put it into the easement and then have the zoning be the longer term. If you ultimately did adopt new zoning, that would apply to this parcel as well at that time they came in for any changes, because of course it would be their zoning district we are talking about ultimately amending. So you'd have sort of a belt and suspenders from that perspective.
And a large nitrate plume is an unusual circumstance to me.
It
That
is.
you just don't have potentially that size of a nitrate plume occurring everywhere on this size of a parcel. So that's where I would, I'd want that additional analysis on the variance.
But it's my understanding it's not their nitrate plume.
Oh no, and that's another unusual circumstance.
Yeah.
It's a large nitrate plume that they don't own and they're not the cause of. So, I mean, if you want specificity in a variance, there you go. But I don't know. That's just speaking off the cuff up here. I don't know if staff has another analysis on that. That's why I would like that explored. And then if we were, because the second reading is what, 60 days?
Is essentially 30 days, and then 30 days after that. Well, actually, you'd be pushing off your effective date of the ordinance until all of these actions were to take place. Your issue would be is if you chose a different path, we would then need to reconstitute the application. We would need to send it back to the Planning Commission. They would need to review that. They would need to make a recommendation, and they would be back to you. So we're likely talking January as sort of your date for hearing, and then you'd go through a first and second reading, and then you'd start the process at that particular point.
Okay.
But we get greater control by not using a variance, and with the annexation, the city has greater control over the effort, and we're not the ones that are trucking this waste off on a daily basis. So to me, there does seem to be some urgency involved. So I think it sounds like we can actually do both. We can direct staff to bring back the ordinance, and if we have any serious concerns, we can bring that back, or we can tweak it at that point. But I think that it sounds like we're on a good path here.
Right. We would just, if you want to go down the variance path, we would need to identify either those uses that you specifically want to preclude, and then what additional capacity, if any, you might allow for the property. As Mr. Roberts mentioned, you might have for the easement path, right? You might have the need for an outbuilding or some other thing, and so a little bit of flexibility might be appropriate for a use like this.
Yeah, I think the idea with the easement, as articulated by the city manager, I think I would be agreeable to that, to allow that flexibility and to not hamstring them in case there is a catastrophe out there where they would not be able to rebuild. I think that's the better way to go.
So we would need a motion incorporating that direction to us, and essentially that would essentially begin with staff's recommendation, and then provide us direction essentially on the additional area. So essentially the square footage that's out there plus a certain size, if you could give us a number there, and then the specific uses. I heard essentially hotel or accommodation uses, and essentially convention center or event center type of uses that would be precluded. Are there other specific uses that you would like to all of those are conditional uses, of course, but they'd be precluded in the easement? Would there be other types of control you'd like to place other than the amount of building and the uses out there?
See, and that's my issue with the easement is, we're being tasked with coming up with every foreseeable option that we would want to exclude right now. So
you'll have to do that either way. No matter what tool you ultimately use, you'd need to provide that final guidance by the time you actually begin to implement that.
And I also hope that we work with all parties involved to make sure that we're hitting the right things in the easement, or not hitting the wrong thing, whatever you want to call it.
All right, so is there a motion that would someone like to make as we started out here?
I'll make the motion to accept the staff's recommendation with the expectation that we're going to look at an easement that precludes certain uses. I'm a little still unclear on what you asked us about the size. Your suggestion was we would allow them to have some flexibility over their current square footage?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying, suggesting?
Yes. And we do have essentially, we do know the amount of building square footage on site, which is
123,000 square feet currently.
So if you want to cap them at 130,000 square feet, that would give them roughly 8,000 square feet of flexibility should they need a shed or small addition somewhere in the next 100 years on the property. That would allow that to happen as a part.
Let's cap it at 130. Thank you, Andy. Mr. Ross.
Okay,
That's
so
my motion.
we have a motion. Is that
second.
the city clerk? Is that motion clear? Okay.
Clear enough.
Okay.
So
Sometimes those are a little shakiness. Mr. City
And
Attorney.
is that to preclude essentially the hospitality or essentially hotel uses?
Yes.
And essentially event center uses?
Yes.
Okay.
Then bringing back my point, what else? I mean,
I'm racking my brain. I don't know.
racetrack.
Racetrack, yeah.
None of those are
Water park.
Essentially, now you are
Right.
precluded by your zoning, which is your
Okay.
base. So you remember you're starting out with your South Livermore Ag zoning, which
Right.
essentially are
Oh, okay.
wineries, tasting rooms. With a conditional use permit, you can have a place to eat. And then with a conditional use, you can have a place to stay. You're taking that off the table. Event centers are not explicitly part of it, but that precludes those uses. And then essentially other types of ag uses. There was never any question about cultivation and all of those types of uses. We were talking about the more physical, building physical uses there.
Okay, so careful here. You're talking about event centers. That is in addition to what is already there? Because, for example, there are events that take place there. I was at a chamber luncheon there not too long
Correct,
ago.
but we would view that as a winery with accessory uses, and now you've actually limited the size of that, so that is correct.
Okay, so it would still be allowed?
Yes, it would still be allowed.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a
Sounds good.
motion. Did you
I
second
second.
that? Okay, so Councilmember Cooper seconded it. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I didn't say aye.
Okay, is abstain?
Yeah, I'll abstain
Okay.
on this one, which I know the city attorney's grabbing the microphone to tell me that it counts as an aye.
Yes. Because you participate in the discussion. To abstain, you're pursuant to your rules of procedure.
I know.
To abstain, you would have to announce that beforehand and not participate in the conversation.
Right. Yeah, and I understand that. It's just because still think that I'd like more information on some of the options, but that's
be
why I
coming
give
back.
the
Yeah, we'll-
shaky eye. You know, but
It'll come back.
it'll come back for a second reading.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll drop it.
Okay, so we're done.
Was that an aye? Or
Thank you, staff.
It was an
It was a
abstain.
shaky eye. Oh, it was an abstain?
Yeah,
A shaky eye.
abstain, which is a shaky eye. There you go.
All right.
just for the record, to help the city clerk out when she deals with this.
Okay, is that sufficient
tomorrow
direction
morning.
for the staff at this point?
I'm going to read it.
What did Jason?
3 ayes and a shaky eye. Okay. Okay, moving on to 6.01. Thank you very much. This is BART to Livermore Extension Project Draft Environmental Impact Report. This has been which environmental impact report is this, Bob? How many are we along the line on this?
We've got a picture. It's there.
All right. Hey, it's already, so we're done. Huh, there it is.
So 40 years of tax contribution gets us.
No.
Okay. John, if you wanted to sit down while Andrew goes through his presentation, or you want to
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to make an introduction
Okay,
and
you're
a
gonna lead
few
off?
introductory comments before we get started.
Very
I'm John McPartland, BART Director, District 5, responsible for the BART to Livermore, or for that matter, the entire Tri-Valley area. And before I introduce the BART to Livermore Environmental Impact Report that will be presented by staff, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present that EIR here this evening. The EIR went out for public comment that will end up to a great degree driving the selection of the alternatives that we end up having to consider as far as adopting with the Board of Directors. We have 2.5 months. It's going to end up closing. It opened on the 31st of July. It's going to close on the 16th of October. That's only a week away from now. And while we've had several public presentations and gotten a lot of comments, the last time I checked, the population was over 85,000 people for the city of Livermore, and we're about 8,000 comments short from the standpoint of being able to derive from everyone exactly what their opinions are and how they want to weigh in. Mayor and council members, I will have to tell you that I work for the constituents, same constituents that you do, and the single most important thing that I have been working on in my tenure as a director is getting BART to Livermore. And while I will have to tell you that I am absolutely fully invested in this process, and I've got a lot of sweat and tears invested in it, I'm not the only one, because right over here to my left I have Bob Allen and Arlene DeMarcus, previous BART directors, that are just as passionate about getting BART to Livermore as I am. And with that, before the last thing I say before that I turn this over to staff is that since this is being televised and we have the forum where we can end up getting this information out to everyone, and I thank you for this opportunity, people can weigh in by emailing their comments and preferences by emailing BART to Livermore, that's spelled out T-O, B-A-R-T, T-O, Livermore, at BART.gov. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I would like to turn it over to Andrew Tang for the presentation. Thank you.
Sincerely appreciate you being here. It shows the commitment that you have to bringing BART to Livermore. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mayor Marchand, members of the council, I am Bob Vinn, Assistant City Engineer. As Director McPartland mentioned, tonight you're going to get a presentation from BART staff on the project level environmental impact report to extend BART down the median of I-580 to a station in the vicinity of Isabella Avenue. There's a number of other alternatives studied in the EIR. And what staff is ultimately seeking from you is direction on a comment letter that we can send BART before the comment period ends on October 16th. A draft letter is included in your packet. The draft letter really is broken up into 3 parts. The first part cites data contained in the EIR that shows that the conventional BART project has the greatest environmental benefits, such as reduction in vehicle miles traveled, reduction of greenhouse gas and energy uses, and has the greatest number of riders. So it provides the best level of transit service for Livermore and the Tri-Valley, as well as commuters over the Altamont Pass. The middle section of the draft letter contains comments on the environmental document on the CEQA process relative to the yard and shop facility that is proposed in the North Livermore area. We believe that some additional environmental analysis can and should be done on that area that might result in resizing, reshaping, and possibly relocating where that yard and shop are proposed. And the final part of the letter talks about other factors outside of the CEQA process that we request BART to use in considering their recommendation on a preferred alternative. So we have BART staff here. To my far left is Andrew Tang. He's the project manager for BART, and he will be giving the presentation. In the middle is Don Dean. He's environmental specialist, consultant working for BART. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Andrew. And at the end, staff and BART will be available for questions.
All right. As Bob mentioned, my name is Andrew Tang. I'm the BART Livermore project manager, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. As Director McPartland had mentioned, we do have a draft environmental impact report out, and there are a number of ways of providing comments, all listed up on that slide there, including that email address that Director McPartland mentioned. I'm going to be talking to you about numerous topics that are probably of interest. I'll talk about many of them briefly, one of them in some depth. I'm going to talk to you about the ridership, traffic flow, right-of-way impacts in Livermore, cost, funding, environmental impacts, next steps from here to approve a project. And I'll try to cover those pretty quickly, but I know there is one topic that is of great interest here, which is the location of the BART yard and shop and its size and that matter. So I will be going into that topic in a little bit more depth. All right. So the draft EIR, as Bob had mentioned, covers a proposed project as well as some alternatives. The proposed project is this one shown here. It's a 5-mile extension of BART from its current end of the line at Dublin Pleasanton Station to a new station at Isabel. The second one is, the first of the alternatives is a diesel multiple unit, DMU, or electrical multiple unit, EMU. Again, a 5-mile train system that would go from Dublin Pleasanton to Isabel. In this case, since it's a different kind of technology, passengers getting on at Isabel would have to go to Dublin Pleasanton and then transfer onto a regular BART train. Diesel multiple units are the very technology that BART is constructing right now for its extension from Pittsburgh Bay Point to Antioch. Oops, well, okay. Did I do that right? No, whoops, there. Actually, what am I supposed to be pointing this at? Up there, got it, okay, I got it. Let's see, just something to note about the DMU-EMU alternative is how it connects at Dublin Pleasanton is probably worth noting. So on this slide, the black items are what's out there today. There's the BART platform at Dublin Pleasanton, a track on either side, and then 1 mile long tail tracks behind it where we store BART cars today. So the DMU would have to come in from the right, come in on a third track, and then come to a transfer platform at Dublin Pleasanton where people could transfer between the DMU and BART. There, okay, got it. The next alternative is an express bus rapid transit. This would allow buses to use the express lanes that are on I-580 today, and rather than merging out of the freeway, going on local roads to get to Dublin Pleasanton Station, they could stay in the express lanes, use a ramp to go directly to a new bus facility. This is what it would look like in the middle of the freeway. So you can see the BART trains in the middle and the buses to both sides. So the buses would never have to actually leave the freeway in order to get to the station, improving the travel time for bus passengers substantially. The last of the alternatives is an enhanced bus alternative. This makes modest improvements to the bus services that are out there today. So this is what the future Isabel station might look like. So there's I-580 going across the screen. There's Isabel Avenue and going over an overpass over I-580. The Isabel platform will be in the median of the freeway right here, just a little bit east of the overpass. There will be pedestrian bridges to the north and the south. we propose putting our parking facilities here on the south. This is actually BART-owned land right here. So all the parking would go here. And then up in the north, we're reserving this area for the Isabel Neighborhood Plan, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with. I'll note that this part of it is BART-owned land. This is a photo simulation of what it might look like. That's I-580 going westbound. There's the Isabel Avenue overpass right there. And there it is with the BART station in the middle of the freeway and the overpass to the north side. There's the overpass to the south side behind the trees. Here's a photo of what the parking facility looks like. That's East Airway Boulevard right now. That's the BART-owned land over here, right here. There it is with the parking structure on that site, holding 3,400 parking spaces or so. I forgot to mention one thing a couple of slides back. At the corner of Isabel and Kitty Hawk, that's what this is a picture of right here, so just get you oriented. There's Isabel Ave, Kitty Hawk Drive, I-580 is right about there. We've got a wayside facility that we need to construct. This parcel here is half owned by BART and half by Caltrans right now. So this is what the wayside facility would look like. It's a place that we have our traction power, train controls, and things like that. All right, the benefits of the different alternatives. So the main benefit is increased transit ridership. So this graphic shows how much we project ridership to increase by the year 2040. This is how many more BART riders there would be a day. Just put it in context, BART currently has about 430,000 riders a day today. So with the BART alternative, that number would go up by 11,900 a day. With the EMU, it goes up 7,000 because it's a little less because of the transfer. Express bus BRT is at 3,500 because it's a bus, and the enhanced bus is a rather modest improvement. All right. I should mention, in this slide, all of those projections are being done with the region's adopted land use, the Plan Bay area. The Plan Bay area partially includes, I guess we'll call it the Isabel Neighborhood Plan. If we fully include the Isabel Neighborhood Plan that has been proposed by staff, the ridership for the BART alternative goes up from 11,900 by 13% to 13,400. So yes, adding more houses and more jobs around the Isabel area will boost ridership on BART. Okay, other benefits are that it would reduce vehicles miles of travel. This is a projection for the year 2040. On a typical average weekday, we foresee that with the BART alternative, the number of miles traveled by cars will decrease by about 250,000 a day. With the DMU, it drops to 140,000, express bus drops to 92,000, enhanced bus, it's a modest amount. Just a word about where those 11,900 new riders all come from. So on this map, I put a dot where each of those 11,900 new riders comes from. So there's about 11,900 dots on that map. You see a whole lot of dots here around Livermore. Of course, that makes sense because that's where the new BART station is. In fact, 28% of the dots are in Livermore. There are a lot of dots here in the Central Valley. That makes sense too. So, this project would be of benefit to the Central Valley residents. In fact, about 24% of the dots are out in San Joaquin County, about the same number as in Livermore. There are also a large number of dots in Dublin and Pleasanton, which I think is worth noting. The reason for that is by building a large parking structure at Isabel, some people that currently park at Dublin and Pleasanton will now choose to park at Isabel instead. Now, we don't expect that those parking spaces at Dublin and Pleasanton will just go empty. We right now have a waiting list of 3,500 people or so for monthly parking passes at Dublin and Pleasanton. So we expect that all the freed up parking spaces will all fill up again, and they'll fill up with residents of Dublin, Pleasanton, and San Ramon, Danville, and the like. In fact, the number of dots in Contra Costa County, Dublin, Pleasanton all add up right there to 48%. So there's quite a great benefit to people in that area. Just a little word about what happens to traffic patterns in the Tri-Valley. So this is a map showing how traffic volumes go up or down with an extension of BART to Isabel. It's a projection in the year 2040. I'm showing the AM peak hour. Blue are decreases in traffic volume, and red are increases in traffic volumes. So you see a lot of increase to traffic on East Airway Boulevard. That's not surprising because that's where the parking structure is. We see some increases on approach roads, Murrieta, Portola, Isabel. There's small increases in traffic on Patterson Pass, I-580. That's people trying to get to the BART station. It's not substantial. I mean, like the number there is about 150 an hour, 100 an hour over here. There's a little bit of traffic on other road like Las Positas, East Avenue. That's people trying to avoid I-580, which has gotten a little more traffic on it now. But again, these are small numbers like 100. One of the big beneficiaries is right here. That's Dublin Boulevard. Just a reminder, in the future, there's an extension of Dublin Boulevard to connect it with North Canyons Parkway. So because of that, this road becomes a nice reliever route to I-580. And we project that by putting BART to Isabel, the traffic on this part, for example, of Dublin Boulevard goes down by 700 an hour, which is a really big number. The decrease on I-580 is modest. It's about 100 or so, and that's because I-580, I always think, acts like a reservoir. It just fills up all the time. And if you take some cars off with a BART extension, some other cars go back onto it. Okay. People aren't going to be surprised that to build BART, we have to widen I-580. There's no room for BART in the middle of I-580 right now. So for the conventional BART alternative, we do have to widen I-580 about 46 feet or so between Dublin, Pleasanton, and Isabel. For the DMU, EMU, we also need that 46 feet, plus we need 32 feet at Dublin, Pleasanton to get that third track I told you about into there. The express bus needs 88 feet near Dublin, Pleasanton to build all the facilities for the bus. I'm going to now walk. I was asked to go over the right-of-way needs in Livermore in a little more care, just so you understand what's going on. So these are now aerial photos of the right-of-way needs. So the cross-hatching you see on each of these diagrams is the area affected by the project's footprint, if you would. The blue shaded things, these things and these things, those are new right-of-way needs that the project will have to have in order to be built. So for example here, Croak Road is going to be shifted north just a bit, and that's why we're saying we need to take some right-of-way from this land right here. So in this area here in Livermore, Friesman Road will be shifted south a little bit, and we have to take a little bit of landscape from the San Francisco Premium Outlets right there. As we go further to the east, we have this picture. You see that Collier Canyon Road has to be shifted north a little bit. We take a bit of landscaping from the casino right there, and we take a tiny little sliver of the golf course. It's really tiny, like a few feet. If we go further to the east, we have this now. We have to move Constitution Drive north by about 25 feet. We have to move Kitty Hawk Drive south about 15 to 20 feet. That takes the bits of landscaping from numerous property owners along here, the Costco, the hotel, and so forth. We don't take parking from any of these places, just the landscaping in the front. There is one building that we come so close to that it is, for practical purposes, not functional anymore. That's 2600 Kitty Hawk Drive. So that one building we'll have to purchase and relocate it. So right in the vicinity of Isabel, we need to take a little bit of landscaping on East Airway right down here in front of these commercial buildings, a little bit of their landscaping. That's needed to expand Airway Boulevard, which is currently 1 lane east direction to 2 lanes east direction, because you want to provide ways for people to get into the parking, which is right about here. East Airway Boulevard around here is shifted south by about 15 to 35 feet. So we take a sliver of G&M Farms there, a sliver from Interstate Storage, and then in this grassy area right in front of this residential area, we take 15 feet down to about 0 right around there. So we have to do that in order to fit the BART project. So then going farther down, in this slide, north is to the right. There's I-580 here. It's just, so the BART tracks would come out of the freeway. It would go underneath Portola Avenue right here, come along here, go over Cayetano Creek, and then northward. So we need to buy this little strip of right-of-way along in there. We'll probably have to buy a whole parcels in order to actually buy it, but what we need is that. Going north, this is where the yard and the shop are. That's what all this is about. And then at the very far end, there's Hartman Road right here. The yard and shop goes all the way out here to just a little bit north of Hartman Road, forcing the displacement of these two properties here. I'm going to talk a little bit more about all the yard and the shop in a moment, so I know that this is of concern, but let me get back to that topic, okay? In fact, I'm going to do that now. Okay, so there was a brief overview of the benefits and the right-of-way impacts and the traffic flows. Now I'm going to dive into this topic about the yard and the shop. So I understand that this is a big concern of some residents here and many of the policymakers. Why do we need a yard? Why do we need a shop? Why does it have to be there? Why does it have to be this big? So I want to give you some background about yards and shops and what some of the constraints are. And at the end of this, I will talk a little bit about things that BART is open to doing to try to address some of the concerns about the yard and the shop. So just as a background first, BART, as everyone here knows, we're at capacity. I mean, the trains are jammed, the stations are jammed. People who ride to San Francisco regularly know that all too well. We feel your pain. We're doing things to try to address all these issues, right? We're trying to buy more cars. We're trying to improve our train controls so we can run more trains. We're trying to lengthen the trains and so forth. But and everything in the BART is at capacity, including shops. So that's just one piece of it all. Okay, so BART today, we have yards and we have shops. So that's two different things. So this diagram shows where the existing yards are, as well as where the tail tracks are. We might as well call tail tracks are like mini yards. Yards are where we store our trains overnight. It's where trains stage in the morning. That's where the train starts from in the morning and goes to its first station, then starts its run. So that's what a yard is. It's like your garage for your house. We also have shops. So these are where our 4 shops are today. Shops are where we fix BART trains. It's like the mechanic down the street. BART trains are taken to these places once every 900 hours or so for our overhaul, the maintenance, and all that business. I will note that if you look on that chart, that every BART line, the yellow one, the red one, the orange one, and so forth, all have a shop near the beginning of the line. And by beginning of the line, I mean where people tend to get on in the morning. So like in the yellow line, more people get on over here, except for one line, which is the one going to the Tri-Valley, the blue line. That causes some issues, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit, but just noting it right now. Okay, all right. BART's fully aware that we're having issues with the capacity of our yards and shops. So we do have plans outside of Livermore in order to expand yard and shop capacity. So for example, we are increasing shop spaces at Hayward, 7 new shop spaces there. We're going to add 10 shop spaces when BART is extended to Santa Clara. By the way, just so I get some lingo straight, a shop space is a one work area where a crew of maintenance people can work on one car, of a BART car, okay? A typical BART shop has on the order of 10 shop spaces, if you would, or 10 pits. So those are our plans that we have in place today. We are also planning to put in more storage space, more yard space. We're looking to build spaces to hold another 250 cars at Hayward and another 193 at Santa Clara when we expand BART down to San Jose. Okay. Before I jump more into the specifics of the Blue Line and BART to Livermore, I do want to say, so I have shown you a plan for how we're thinking about doing the yard and shop. We do understand there's concerns about that, but what I like to say is these plans are right now at what's called 10% engineering. All right. We've done these plans with the best information we've got at the moment. A key piece of information that we don't have are on-the-ground surveys of what exactly is out in North Livermore. I mean, looking at biology, geotech, hydrology, and so forth. I'd say that we would have liked to have that information, but the property owners there haven't allowed us to go take a look. If anyone can get us access to the properties, we'd love to take a look. Once BART approves, the BART board approves the project, like let's say the BART board approves BART to Livermore to go forward. With that approval, we will be able to gain access to those properties and take the surveys that we really do want to take. And with that information, I'm sure we are going to redesign the yard and the shop. I could guarantee it won't be exactly the shape it is, because that was our best guess with the information we had. We will refine the design. We understand the concerns. We understand you want to get it south of Hartman Road and so forth. So we will attempt to do all that once we have that information. I guess I'll say there's a reasonable likelihood we could do it, but I'm not going to guarantee anything because we don't have the survey information. We don't know what's out there. Okay. Okay, so with that, I want to start talking a little bit about where you put yards and where you put shops so you understand why we came up with our recommendation. So first, yards. So the yards need to be at the beginning of a line. And that's because that's where trains start their morning run, right? You can't, if you would, put your garage 20 miles down the road and say that's where I'm going to start my commute. No, you have to put the garage near where you're going to start. So the yards need to be somewhere near Isabel. Shops, they don't have to be at the beginning, but it's highly recommended they be at the beginning. So why is that? It's because if a BART car has a problem, and at the start of the line it's frequently where you have a problem, let me talk about that a little bit. When a train starts to run, operators and the BART service people go out and do an inspection of the train, kind of like how a pilot inspects a plane before they start going. Then they inspect it, they turn it on. Frequently, that's where you find the problem. And when you find the problem, it'd sure be nice if the shop were just right next door. You could take the car into the shop, get it fixed, and put it back in service. Then you get your car back in service quickly. If the shop is located 20 miles away, the car is going to take a long time to get there and get all the way back. The result of that is, the Blue Line today, as I mentioned, is the only line that doesn't have a shop near the beginning. So today, riders that use the Dublin Pleasanton line regularly probably have noticed that we want every train to be a 9-car train in the morning, but sometimes you get out there, you got an 8-car train, sometimes a 7-car train. Well, that's because the car needed to get fixed, and we couldn't get it back in time to get it into service. So by having the shop nearby, that happens less often. You might also notice that on this line, sometimes you get into the car, it's a hot day, you get in the BART car, the air conditioner is not working. Same thing. We're trying to get those cars back in service ASAP, and by not having the shop nearby, sometimes we're putting things back in service while they're safe. They're not fully, ready to go, like the air conditioner isn't working. So having a shop near the beginning of the line is useful. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about how the Blue Line works today, just so you understand how that works. So the Blue Line today, there are 86 cars stored behind Dublin Pleasanton in those tail tracks I mentioned. That's soon to be 90. We have another little project to expand the tail tracks just a little bit so we can get up to 90 cars, so we can make the trains on the Dublin Pleasanton line just a little bit longer. If we extend BART to Isabel, we're going to need a yard that can hold 172 cars. And the reason for that is those 90 cars at Dublin Pleasanton, of course, that tail track becomes part of the BART to Isabel project. So those 90 cars have to now be parked somewhere else. We need 36 cars for the BART to Livermore project itself, right? Because the line is now longer, and the line carries, as I said, 11,900 more riders. And as you could expect, we don't have space in cars right now to carry 11,900 more people, so we need some more cars. We worked it all out, and it turns out to be 36. We'd also like to have 36 to improve train frequency, run trains every 12 minutes instead of every 15, and to make every train a 10-car train instead of a 9-car train like they are today. And we'd like to have what's called a ready reserve train. BART used to have ready reserve trains long ago. We'd like to return to that. We don't have any at this time. By having ready reserve trains, of course, your reliability is improved because if a train goes out of service, you've got another one ready to go. That was the yards. Okay, now how do the Blue Line shops work? So as I mentioned, BART has 4 shops, Richmond, Concord, Daly City, and Hayward. In parentheses, I've got noted how many shop spaces there are at each one of those today. Between all of those, we have 668 cars being serviced at 34 shop spaces, and I'll note that's 20 cars per shop space. Right now, as you can see, every line has got service done at the nearest beginning of the line. There's the yellow line, Most of the cars are being maintained here at Concord, some here at Daly City. The red line is all being maintained there at Richmond. The blue line is the exception. It's mostly being maintained at Daly City and some at Hayward right now. So, having a little problem here. There. Whoops. No, now it's gone too far. I don't know what happened here. Sorry. Okay. With that configuration of cars and shops, as I said, we're at 20 cars per shop space. The reality is that we're barely able to keep up with maintenance needs today. There's pretty much a line of cars at the shops every day. As a result, we're having difficulty getting the full fleet of cars back out in the morning. Our facility standards, we would like to be at 16 cars per shop space. We have a lot of reserve room and not jammed up so tightly as it is today, but we're getting by at 20. I'll say we are getting by. It's not ideal. And as I mentioned already, the blue line maintenance at Daly City and Hayward does cause some issues. Little problems with this. Oh, okay. Seems to have a delayed reaction. All right, right now. All right. Okay, so if BART is expanded to Isabel, I guess you won't be surprised when I say, well, those 36 cars that we need, we don't really have any place to maintain them. So we will need some place to maintain 36 cars if we do BART to Isabel. If you work it out, you need about 2 to 3 shop spaces to maintain those 36 cars. That's the need just to run BART to Isabel. So the EIR design, we've got a shop put in North Livermore with a shop with 10 shop spaces, you know, a full-size BART shop. The BART to Livermore project is only going to be charged for 2 to 3 of those shop spaces because that's all BART to Livermore needs. The rest of BART will need to come up with the money to do the other 7 to 8 shop spaces. There. With a Livermore shop and our future extension of Clan Clare, here's what the shop situation is going to look like. We're going to have 1,212 cars, there are 61 shop spaces, and we're just at 20 cars per shop space again. So it barely functions. We'd like to be at 16, but it'll work. The red numbers are the new shops over today. There's 7 more at Hayward, 10 more at Santa Clara, and then a 10 at Livermore. And as we note, right, the blue line's all being maintained at Livermore now, so the blue line reliability and so forth will be improved. Okay, so I've just talked about the need for the yard and the need for the shop. The next topic is where does it go? So we looked at 6 possible locations for a yard. There are 3 locations, 6, 4, and 5, which are in the middle of the freeway. We heard many public comments about why don't you put it in the middle of the freeway? So yes, we did look at such locations. 3 of them, number 1, 3, and 2, are outside of the freeway, north of I-580. I'm going to talk a little bit about yards and freeways. Oh, and just so the recommended location is that one in North Livermore, which I showed you already. So yards and freeways. So first, just a little background. So the BART yards need to be flat. So that's what I'm showing this little black line, flat. Our facility standard is, I think it can be 0.5 degrees or something like that. We're looking up national standards. I think most national standards we are finding are 0.25 degrees. The reason they have to be flat is that when a BART car is powered off, it can roll around. We can't have unpowered BART cars parked on hills that runaway trains. It's not going to work. Okay. If we put a yard in the middle of a freeway, that black line there would need to be about 5,000 feet long. You know, that's about how long the Dublin Pleasanton tail tracks are right now. Okay, so we're essentially looking for a black line 5,000 feet long. So here's the profile of I-580, starting from on the top chart at Hacienda Drive, up to Airway Boulevard, then over here to Isabel Ave, then out to First Street. Okay, so as you can see, it is flat all the way up to about Fallon Road, but then it starts going uphill. There is a little flat spot right by Isabel, but well, that's where the station is, but then it starts going uphill again. So if you look at this, that black line is 5,000 feet long. If you try to put this thing anywhere in here, it's not flat. So in order to put it in, you either are going to have to, we'll either have to put an aerial structure to elevate part of it, or we have to dig a trench into the freeway to fit it in. And that's what we did to analyze those 3 in the freeway spaces, because we thought, well, maybe it'll still work. I know it's going to be a little more expensive than we'd like, but let's cost this thing out. So we tried, and here's what we got when we did all the numbers. So there's location 6. Here's a proposed Isabel Station. It's west of Isabel Station. By doing this, we increased the cost of our project by $50 million because we have to, I can't remember if it's a trench or an aerial structure here, but one or the other. I will note that any yard that's in the middle of a freeway, we can't add a shop to it. So even if we could put a yard in the freeway, we still have to find some place to put a shop, because the shop you really can't have in the freeway. Or can you imagine a shop is a place where big trucks come with equipment and drops things off, picks things up. It's not, doesn't work on a freeway. I mean, no one's had a shop in the middle of a freeway. This location also interferes with mainline operations, and the reason I'm saying that is, if you imagine the cars are stored here, but they run there, so the train going into service has to go from here to here, but in the meantime, there's a train from here in revenue service going that way. So now you got to sort of interleave the trains trying to get to the station with the ones that are already in service. So it's not quite optimal. It's workable, but it's not ideal. So that location right behind the station, sort of the obvious location, if you would, the one where we originally thought it would go to, that unfortunately increases the project cost by $150 million because of aerial structures and trenches. That one there, that area over there is a little flatter, but it still increases the project cost by $200 million. There's a little less trenching and aerial structure, but now the tail track's kind of long. All right, this location, location 1, it's sort of half, it's in an area which is open space today. It's half within the city of Dublin and half in unincorporated Alameda County and Doolin Canyon. This location actually has very little effect on the cost of the project. However, it is also west of Isabel Station, so it has this problem of interfering with mainline operations. It's difficult to add a shop here. We've checked the amount of land available. To add a shop, we'd have to dig into a hill, and we'd have to realign the proposed Dublin Extension Boulevard further north. It's also inconsistent with Dublin's current land use plans. Dublin has their part of that area zoned for commercial and light industrial. It's also inconsistent with Alameda County zoning for Doolin Canyon, as you know, Measure D and so forth. They want to preserve that as open space. So it's zoned resource management, which is essentially a zoning which is trying to prioritize open space. That location there increases the project cost by about $150 million because you have to do quite a lot of earthwork in order to get the yard there. So there's the recommended site with a little more detail. There's Isabel Station, there's the main line track, the connecting track pops out of the freeway, comes up north, goes to this area where the yard and the shop are. There's a access road here for employees to drive there to get to work in the yard and the shop. As I mentioned before, there's Hartman Road, there's Cayetano Creek, and there's the 2 residences that we have to displace in order to do this. I will mention that land does appear to be consistent with allowed land uses. That area is zoned large parcel ag by Alameda County and the city of Livermore. Allowed uses in that area include those things listed here, and I know utility corridors, solid waste landfills, wind farms, quarries. And we we've met with Alameda County. We've sent them a report indicating that we were thinking of putting a yard and a shop there, and they have not objected. There are the photos of what that looks like. So here's North Livermore Ave right here. There's Hartman Road right here. We're looking west down Hartman Road. Los Positos College is back over here. As you can see, it's mainly open space. There's the 2 residences right there. There's the yard and the shop. So it's roughly what it looks like. Here's a view of what the connecting track would look like from I-580. There's I-580 right here. There's the Portola Avenue overcrossing. That's looking north into the valley. There's the BART connecting track. Oh, I will note one thing. Yeah, it's worth noting. I'm going to go back. Go back? Okay. Oh, I see. There we go. It's that thing. Thank you. Okay. Just look right here, okay? There. So there, I do need to point. There is a small tunnel that we need to have to get to the back to the yard and shop site. That tunnel is about 200 to 700 feet long. I'm giving a range of 200 to 700 because it's all 10% engineering. When we get to 100%, we'll know exactly how long, but it's on that order of magnitude. So a short tunnel. I will say. I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble with this. Okay, I will say that we did spend a fair amount of time trying to minimize the impacts of this yard and shop. So we were unfortunately working with a lot of constraints in the area. So here's that yard and shop footprint again with topographical lines on here. These are 20-foot topographical lines. So you can see there are hills here, hills here. So what we did was we tried to push this thing against the hills as much as we could. And that was to avoid Cayetano Creek over here. That's because in Cayetano Creek, this green area here is an area where there are vernal pools. Vernal pools are considered very sensitive habitat with a special status species, fairy shrimp, in them. That's identified in the East Alameda County Conservation Strategy as one of such place. So we really don't want to touch that. As I said, we haven't done our survey, so we don't know for sure, but we think there's a reasonable probability that that's also potential habitat, kind of stretching north from this green area northward along the creek. So we were trying to avoid all that. Now, as I said, we'll do our surveys, and it could be that this area isn't sensitive, in which case we'll for sure move this to down here. We'll see. We'd like to. Believe me, we'd like to. Oops, now I'm going to. Okay. We are considering several measures to reduce the impacts of the yard and the shop. As I've already mentioned, we could possibly reduce the size and reshape the thing. But there are other things we can do. We're going to use naturally toned colors. We're going to have lighting at the yard. They're focused downward, shielded, the newfangled LEDs. They'll be recessed to minimize the light pollution. We're willing to consider putting fences and berms around to visually screen it where that's feasible. We'd consider putting perimeter walls or building enclosures to reduce the noise. These are all things that we're happy to sit down with City of Livermore staff to talk about and see if some of these things might address concerns. One of the most interesting ideas might be this last one, which is the project is going to has impacts on sensitive lands in other parts of the project. So we need to find about 300 to 400 acres of land to mitigate, to preserve habitat. A possibility is we could do that around the yard and the shop in North Livermore. And we could put, say, all the other land in North Livermore around the yard and the shop under a permanent conservation easement and make that our mitigation land. That has the advantage then that now the rest of the land could never become a wind farm or a solid waste disposal site. So it would be preserved the way it is. We'd have to, of course, work that out with the research agencies since they're the ones who are going to say, yeah, that land is okay as habitat. So we'll see, but that's something that we're definitely open to and would love to do that if we could. All right? Okay. So that was my whole story about the yard and the shop. So I only have like a few slides left to cover environmental impacts and the cost and the funding, and I'll be done. All right, there's a few significant and unavoidable impacts to know about. First, as I've already mentioned in the previous slide, traffic on I-580 east of Isabel Avenue increases a little bit by 2 to 4% for the BART alternative, 2 to 6% on the DMU, EMU. That's people coming over the pass going to the new Isabel station. We do have increases in intersection delays. Primarily intersections are in the vicinity of that Isabel station. Most of those we can mitigate by changing signal timing, adding some turn lanes and things of that sort. There are a couple intersections where we could not mitigate the intersection impact to less significant. 2 intersections for the BART and DMU alternatives, of which one is in Livermore, and it's Livermore and Portola Avenue that we couldn't get mitigated all the way down. We do lose ag land because of this yard, the shop, and the approach, 104 yards for the BART alternative and 56 for the DMU. As I've already mentioned, the yard and the shop will reduce visual quality. I mean, as I said, we'll do the best we can with naturally toned colors and so forth, but it is a yard and a shop in the middle of a valley. There is the glare from them that I've mentioned. We'll reduce that as much as we can, but we're admitting that, yes, there will be some light pollution. We can't get rid of all the light. I've mentioned before in the when I talked about right-of-way that we're taking strips of landscaping in numerous places along I-580 to make room for the right-of-way. So that does make I-580 just not look quite as nice as it does today, so we're admitting that as an impact. That Isabel parking structure is pretty tall. It's 7 stories, right? 7 stories, right? 7 stories. 11? Oh, 7 levels, sorry, yeah, 7 levels, right. 7 levels tall. Isabel Avenue is the Livermore designated scenic roadway, and so some of the views from Isabel Avenue are now blocked by that parking garage. Finally, a sort of funny one. So I mentioned we had to move East Airway Boulevard south a little bit, so it comes a little closer to some residences. Also, I've mentioned that the amount of traffic on East Airway Boulevard increases. Between those two, that creates a noise impact at those residences. To mitigate the noise impact, we're proposing a sound wall on the south side of Airway Boulevard between the residences and Airway. So we're admitting that the sound wall itself, while we'll of course make it as nice looking a sound wall as we can, it is a sound wall, so that reduces the visual quality of Airway Boulevard. All right, costs. So the BART alternative is $1.635 billion, DMU is $1.6 billion, Express Bus is $380 million, Enhanced Bus is $25 million. All of these costs are in year of expenditure dollars. So what I mean by that is we're going to build the BART project, for example, between the year 2021 and 2026. So it's the dollars that we're cutting to contractors in those years. So it has several years of inflation in it. If I remove all the inflation, the costs become these: $1.3 billion for the BART, $1.3 for DMU, and so forth. That's the cost if you could build it today. Of course, we can't build today, but just so you get a sense of what it is in today's money. Okay, this is how much money we have. We have $533 million of money committed to the design and the construction of the project from those 4 funding sources. Here's how much it costs to operate the thing. Conventional BART would cost us $23 million a year to operate in the year 2040. DMU is at $17 million, Express Bus at $3 million, Enhanced Bus at $1.7 million. I will say that we expect a fairly large portion of that is going to be offset by the added passenger revenues from the 11,900 new passengers. We're working that out. When I have that information, I will bring it. But so it's not that we have to go find $23 million a year. It's going to be quite a bit less than that. Okay, so that was all about the EIR. I'm done with the EIR. Now I'm just going to talk about what happens from here on. For BART to adopt the BART to Isabel project, 3 policy actions have to happen. The first is the City of Livermore needs to adopt the Isabel Neighborhood Plan. The reason for this is that there's a BART adopted policy called the BART System Expansion Policy, which requires that anywhere there's going to be a new BART station, the local jurisdiction, in this case the City of Livermore, has to adopt what we call a ridership development plan, which is a plan to add housing and jobs and so forth to that station area to support the ridership, what the City of Livermore is calling the Isabel Neighborhood Plan. So that has to be adopted. The second, of course, is the CEQA, or California Environmental Process, has to be completed, and the EIR has to be certified. Then the BART board could adopt the project. And that entails figuring out, of the 4 alternatives I have presented to you, which of those is the preferred, and then adopting it. A little more detail about those 2 BART processes, just so you know what's coming up in the next few months. So we are collecting comments on the draft EIR right now. We are going to review it, develop an FEIR, and then take that to the BART board to certify. In parallel, right now, we are developing what I'm calling an alternatives analysis report. That's a report that says, here are the pros and cons of those 4 alternatives, with information like passenger revenue and the like. After we get that information pulled together, we're going to come back out to the community and conduct a series of outreach meetings. We haven't quite worked out what they are, and if people have suggestions on who we need to meet with, let us know. But various stakeholders, policymakers, the public, to get input on, well, you saw the EIR, here are the pros and cons, tell us what you think, tell us what you like, tell us what you don't like. Then I'm going to take all of that information, bring it to the BART board for consideration, and then for them to vote on which of the 4 alternatives to carry forward. Okay, last slide is the schedule. So the Isabel neighborhood plan schedule, and if the city of Livermore needs to correct this, let me know. But the last I heard was that the plan was to release a draft plan and a DEIR in the fall of this year, then release a final environmental and consider the plan adoption in the winter. As I mentioned, then BART could then consider its project adoption thereafter, so we're saying in the spring of 2018. And just so you know, if it's one of the big projects that we adopt, the BART alternative, the DMU alternative, or the Express Bus BRT, we will have to go through the whole federal environmental process. So there's the federal DEIS and the federal FEIS that we have to do. We finished that in 2020. We will be doing the design in parallel, so we're not just sitting on our hands doing environmental. The design will be done in 2022. And then if all goes well and all the money comes in place and there aren't a lot of obstacles, we foresee we can get the construction done by 2026. And that concludes my remarks.
And city staff and BART staff are available for questions.
You know, that presentation gets better every time I see it.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thank you. No, it's always got more information, and more information is always good. So, questions? Councilmember Carlin.
You talked about each of the locations for the yard and shops as increased. For example, location 3 was increased the project cost by $150 million. What's the baseline? I'm a little.
Oh, sorry.
And is the baseline the
yeah so,
yard option 2?
Yeah. So
is that the baseline?
Correct. So
okay.
So the base is 2, which is the recommended location.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. The other question I had, and I think I know the answer to this, is you kind of, well, you pointed out that there's no shop on this end of the blue line, and the reason for that when they built that was because there's no place to put a shop, or what? I mean, why was that an oversight of BART at the time, or what?
Let's say that in retrospect, I think a lot of people at BART would say we probably should have put a shop at the end of the blue line when we built Dublin Pleasant in the first place. I would say when the Dublin Pleasanton extension was being considered, the BART system was not nearly as crowded as it is today. And if we knew that today would look like what it is today, we probably would have insisted that a shop be put there, but it wasn't.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess I'll add to that. I guess I will add that there wasn't an obvious place to put a shop, and I guess adding a shop somewhere in Dublin or Pleasanton would likely have been controversial.
Yeah. But it's not.
So is this. So yeah.
Well, yes, I appreciate
Put
it.
it
I
off.
appreciate the irony of that point.
Any questions?
No.
Okay. Vice Mayor Spadowski?
Just a few questions on the presentation. It seems like I get one of these monthly from you, Mr. Tang, and new items come up, and I get, sorry, but more and more confused. So I have a few questions.
Oh, please.
And here's your nightmare. Please go to slide 45.
Okay, let's see if I can get this thing to work right.
Well, it's important that we
let's
make sure. And the question revolves around the allowed land uses in Alameda County, and I cannot see where a full service yard and shop fits into any one of those categories. I would like to know who at the county told you it was okay. Did you receive any letter from the board of directors? My understanding is they haven't weighed in on this yet, and maybe you can't even call it a utility corridor. So where under those allowed land uses do you cram in a yard?
I'll say that we've met with Alameda County staff. I can't remember exactly who at this point. I agree. The county board has not written a letter or anything of that sort. We have met with Alameda County staff, and we've told them that this is where we'd like to put the yard and the shop, and we pointed this out, and they didn't object to this.
Do we know the level of staff member? I mean, it's to say that you met with staff and they're okay with it. Well, I'm maybe they had a bad day. I don't know, but I would want to check with my board prior to saying that. So to imply that the county is okay with this, I think is a bit of a stretch. Going on to slide 51, the capital costs.
I think Don has got an added remark on that.
Yeah. Vice Mayor, if I could just respond to that. That I do believe that in the county they allow public and quasi-public uses, and this certainly would qualify under that category. I'm not sure it shows up on this slide. It's a second to the last bullet.
That's a pretty big stretch, in my opinion. I would wait until you have the county formally weighing in, because to me, public and quasi-public uses, that doesn't mean a yard or a shop. I mean, that's a pretty significant impact. That means, I don't know, a park or open space uses, something that the public can use. Now, you could argue that a shop is for public use, but to me, that's more of a maintenance and facility for a transit system, not necessarily public use. But anyway, I'd want to make sure that you have clarification on that before stating, and because the way that you presented it, it sounded like a slam dunk, and I'd be surprised, quite frankly, if they did support that use. Going on to slide 51. And as a little bit of a background information, do you know what the original cost estimate was for Warm Springs and what the final total came out to? I recall in the paper, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that's why I'm asking you this. The original cost for Warm Springs was estimated around $500 million, and it came out to $1.2 billion or something like that. The reason why I bring that up, a third of your costs, taking out the escalation, because you are, that's just an escalating factor, but a third is professional services, contingency, and reserve. I mean, that seems a little steep for any project. And then the right-of-way acquisition and the vehicles, I understand that. But to have the construction costs be so little of the entire project, it seems like it's kind of loaded with other costs. So I don't necessarily know if you need to respond to that, but it would be interesting to see what the track record is with the estimates for the most recent station, which I believe is Warm Springs.
Right. So I do have information to answer that question if you're interested in seeing it at this point.
If you can briefly state it. I know it's getting late. I know there's people waiting for another item here after this one.
All right. So actually I have a set of additional slides comparing BART to Livermore to Warm Springs to see where the puts and takes are. So Warm Springs is a little bit less expensive, but that's because it didn't have the very large right-of-way needs, and primarily, and there's some other reasons. And the percentage increases for the professional services and so forth, I had actually a slide about that comparing to FTA recommendations for how much you should include for those things at this point of engineering, and we're right smack in consistent with them.
Okay, because I just am not optimistic that it'll even come in at 1.6 billion. I'm thinking, with change orders and prior practices that have outlined from BART, it'd be closer to probably the 2 billion, but that's just more of an editorial. A quick question about the service yard, the facility. So the program EIR was released in 2007, and this EIR began in 2012. Correct. I've been involved, 20 years ago as an intern at LAVTA and worked on this. Quite frankly, I was in diapers when this was conceived, bringing BART out to Livermore, and I hope I'm not in diapers when it actually, back in diapers when it's built. But so 20 years ago, when I was working on this, I didn't hear anything about a service yard. Even as close as a year ago, we were discussing the right-of-way acquisition. We had a special meeting in Dublin about a year, maybe sooner than that. Nothing was mentioned about the service yard until 6 months ago. So to me, it seems a little last minute. But that, again, is more of an editorial. I'll save that for later. Just my last couple comments on the slides on 54. You state that BART has a policy that requires the city of Livermore to adopt a ridership development plan. That's basically driving what we're doing for the Isabel plan or considering. Do you have any comments or updates to the February BART meeting? I was watching it online, and one of the directors stated that it would be his preference to completely revisit the ridership development plan prior to approving any new extensions. And to me, and what concerns me about that is typically requirements aren't relaxed, they're not reduced. It seems like that's a method to increase the amount of density and some of the other requirements prior to expanding. Is there any update since that comment back in February? Has BART moved forward with updating their ridership development plan? I believe the last update was in the 90s.
No, there has not been any movement. There are, I think it'd be fair to say there are some BART directors that have entertained this possibility of updating what we call our system expansion policy, but there has been no overall direction from the board to the staff to actually revisit them, and there has been no initiative at BART to update them.
And what concerns me is that was specifically stated in relation to the Livermore expansion. It was the same item. It was by a director specifically relating to the Livermore expansion. So that's very concerning that we could go through this process and then BART changes the requirements. Now we have to go back and increase densities yet further and other impacts. But my last comment on the slides on 55, you're doing this this dual process. So it is conceivable that the BART board could certify an EIR, but then hold off on a formal adoption of a project until a later date. I mean, I know you're trying to do them concurrently, but technically you could certify the EIR and hold off on a preferred option.
Yes, that is a possibility. That's not the plan.
It's not the plan, but it is a possibility.
Yes.
I can get back to that later.
Excuse me for weighing in. I don't mean to interrupt, but actually I mean to interrupt. You're painting Andrew, who's a staff person, into a corner, asking him with political questions, and it's kind of unfair to him.
Well, no, I was asking him if there's been any movement on the BART board of directors' direction to revisit the station expansion policy.
Thank you for asking that question, because I may be able to weigh in on that.
Okay.
All right. It would be illegal to count votes to change the policy for expansion. Having said that, they don't have the votes, and I'm making every effort to make sure that they don't get it. As far as now, does that answer your question in that particular arena?
Not really, because it is illegal to count votes, and
yes.
Quite frankly, Mr. McPartland, in the past, when we've mentioned, hey, should we show up to a BART meeting and express our concerns, and you've said, no, we have the votes or don't have the votes. Things change. You can't count votes. So
okay.
I can't really take that into consideration when you're, that's not going to leave my fears of BART changing the program policy when it's a very influential board member making that suggestion. So I don't know. I don't think I'm pinning staff.
Okay. Again, I would have to say that I believe that you're painting Andrew into a corner, and I'm the person that needs to be painted into that corner, and I don't have a solid, complete answer for you. This is going to end up remaining unresolved until it happens.
Well, I was satisfied with Mr. Tang's answer that there was no discussion since February of the item that I asked him. I don't know of any other political question.
Okay. Well, then,
whether or not you need to adopt a project along with the EIR. I think that was a very fine answer. So I'm a little confused.
Then I apologize for having been hypersensitive in trying to protect him from being thrown into an arena that would make him very uncomfortable. So
Oh
I
no,
apologize.
and Mr. Tang, and I've mentioned this to you after meetings before, that I feel that he has a very tough job. Because it seems like he's never really in front of a happy audience, whether it's at the BART Board of Directors or any of the cities. And as a transit planner and transportation specialist and a director of Wheels now, collectively everything for 10 years, I feel for his position. It's not easy, but he's always provided some pretty direct answers to the best of his ability. So
Okay, very
if
good.
that was... If you had any notion that I was trying to skewer Mr. Tang, I don't think I could. I don't think I have the tools. His skin is thicker than anybody else's in this room.
Thank you.
And of course, just to build a little bit on what the Vice Mayor pointed out, is in I believe it was 2005 Resolution 3434 from MTC added an additional hurdle on the Livermore project because it increased the housing requirement, the transit-oriented development. And one of the other things that's been vexing about that is that in the past it's only been the TOD where it originates. It hasn't been taking into account the fact that we would be bringing in full trains because we have the labs. We have 9,100 students at Las Positas College. We've got 8 million visitors coming in every year to the outlets. So that we've been running full trains in both directions. And typically in the past, TOD has only been considered going in one direction, and that's from the point of origin. So I'm sensitive also to your point.
And that was my comments for the slides. I have a few other comments, but not now. I'd rather wait until after the speaker cards.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just one quick one. You'd mentioned, Mr. Tang, that trains are at capacity. And I think the first thing that I thought of was, if we're at capacity now, and I know that from having ridden them all over the Bay Area, what does adding 5 more miles and riders from the San Joaquin Valley as well as Livermore, what does that additional 11,900 people do to capacity? How do we increase that capacity without, apparently, you're not adding another line, another track. So we're using the same set of tracks, same set of cars, adding this while we're already at capacity. I'm not sure of the math.
Right.
I don't know.
Right. So, I'm going to talk about the future. So in the future, we're planning to have Blue Line trains run every 12 minutes. So let's assume that we're at that point now. So BART trains are running every 12 minutes. When a BART to Isabel is put in place, what we're projecting, as I said, is another 11,900 riders. In order to accommodate that, what we're imagining doing is we're going to get 2 additional Blue Line trains, 20 cars, and we're going to put those trains into service into what are called, I forget what we call them, rush trains, right, rush trains. It's a train that goes between the regular trains. So you imagine ordinarily you have a train at 12 minutes after, 24 minutes after, and so forth. But now we stick an extra one in at, let's say, between 12 and 24. So we'd have 2 extra rush trains going into San Francisco in the morning and 2 rush trains coming back in the afternoon. That's something we already do on the L line today. So that's how we're imagining accommodating the extra 11,900 people.
Any other questions at this point? Okay, we're going to take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and take your comments. We've got about 10 comments, so let's take just a real quick break, get a drink of water, and then I'll be back here in 5 minutes. Okay, very good. Welcome back to the October 9th meeting of the Livermore City Council. We're back from break, and on to continued discussion on BART to Livermore. We heard the comments from the BART staff and questions from the council. Now it's your opportunity, and I have about a little less than a dozen cards here. So I would like to first ask to speak Robert Allen, John Concannon, and Robert Common. Mr. Allen.
Before I get going, I'd like to give a special tribute to Erlene DeMarcus, who got BART coming to the valley when I was unable to do it. She got it started, and we have BART to Dublin Pleasanton.
Yes.
I'd like to pay tribute also to John McPartland for carrying forth to where we are today. I did not hear any mention of ACE, the Altamont Commuter Express, and I left for each of you a little sheet, the possibility of running ACE, all of the ACE things along through Livermore to Radom, which is east of Pleasanton, and then going to BART up on the old Southern Pacific branch, the San Ramon branch. I thought that was going to be a big issue, but that's the place where ACE should go, and it would connect with BART at East Dublin Pleasanton in a station which was laid out, chosen specifically to have the intermodal, a rail and BART connection. I do feel that we should have get rid of the rat tail, the shop, all the extensive the expensive car storage, all for the purpose of getting the Isabel station, the interim station, which is in the general plan for Livermore, that be merely a transplant of the present turnback facility at Dublin Pleasanton, so that we would just have one. There'd be no more turnbacks. If Dublin Pleasanton can handle it and has been able to handle BART for 20 years, and with that same turnback, that same thing be replicated beyond the Isabel station, and that we preserve the option ultimately of going, as the city plan says, ultimately to the Greenville Road, and that is where the shop and the car storage should be. But in the meantime, just getting to Isabel, there is no need to have the shop. There are no more turnback. No more turnbacks. Same number of trains are turned back. And I do appreciate the work that the staff has done. They've put a lot of work on it. One more thing, the buses can be the alternates 2 and 3 and the ACE rail all would preclude having BART come to the a shop east of the Isabel. So they could be completely taken out, and it should be either Isabel BART or just an enhanced bus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. John Kincannon, Robert Common, and John Stein. Is John Kincannon here? John Kincannon, Robert Common.
I'm sorry, I may have made a mistake. I would like to make my request on medical marijuana.
Okay, I will change the card to recognize that. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Common. We'll hear from you shortly. John Stein, Tom Jefferson, Elizabeth Judge.
John Stein, 1334 Cathy Court. When I came here in 1970, I was 27 years old and was told BART would be here in 5 years. It's now 2017, I'm 74, and BART will be here in maybe 10 years. It's a paradox, a perpetual planning paradox. My guess is that full BART is out of reach. We're short roughly $1 billion, and I don't have that much in my back pocket, and I don't think the city does either. There's hope to get it, but right now the state is committed to high-speed rail. the federal government wants to cut back on expenditures and reduce taxes, and we have 50 and 60-year-old transit systems in the Central Bay that need to be refurbished or replaced. So you have to start looking at not the first two, the diesel multi-unit or BART. You have to look at the options are buses. And the one that seems to make the most sense to me is tandem buses running from a large parking lot at Greenville rather than Isabel. And perhaps to start with, use the current bus unloading. A tandem bus, you can carry about 100, 110 people. So it would take 7 buses to replace one BART train. But we have the express lanes, and probably in 10 years we'll have automated buses. So electric buses might make sense as an interim solution with very little infrastructure improvements, maybe eventually the direct ramp. In regard to ridership development, the two things BART and its virtual reality seems to ignore is that 80% of the people that live within a quarter mile of BART get in their car to get to work. They don't get on BART. So you're actually adding more cars onto 580, increasing air pollution, increasing greenhouse gases. And the other problem is that 80% of the people in suburban stations who ride on BART come in their car. And yet they keep talking about buses and bikes and walking. And while these are all, laudable goals, the main thing is to provide enough parking. If you have 6,000 people, half of the 11,900, going to work each morning, and 80% of them come in cars, right away you need 4,800 parking spaces. Plus, if people start coming from Pleasanton and Dublin, you probably need more, yet they're only providing about 3,500. And it's also on the wrong side of the freeway, so it's going to mess up traffic on Isabel and Airway Boulevard in the morning at least, with people trying to get from the Central Valley across the freeway to the parking structure. So I would urge that you look at the fact that Plan Bay area is an abysmal failure, and ridership development is far behind that. We have more traffic congestion, more crowded mass transit, higher home prices, and 40% of the people who want to leave the Bay Area. And we keep talking about Plan Bay Area. It's not working. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. John Kincannon, Tom Jefferson, Elizabeth Judge. Mr. Jefferson.
Right. I guess John Kincannon still is not here. I actually got to Livermore a little before John Stein, a couple of years. And I guess I've been waiting for BART longer. Now, I heard Mr. Tang talk about the, I think, ridership development plan that requires development around BART stations. Well, I went to the Robert Livermore community meeting, community room meeting about BART, and there were displays along the wall, and I asked the first person over, I'm looking at this displays before the speaker, which I'm assuming was Mr. Tang, and I said, is there any requirement that there be development next to a BART station? No, this is a BART person. So I looked more displays, I go on to the next one, and I said, is there any requirement there be development next to the BART station? And it was, well, they give points. And then I hear there's a requirement there be development next to the BART station. So I can't really be optimistic that BART is going to do anything right about this thing. At that meeting, I first heard about the 68-acre maintenance yard and repair yard, whatever. And I just can't believe it. I mean, it seems outrageous that, as Mr. Allen said, you expend BART to one more stop and then you need a 68-acre yard. It's just incredible. And I heard the way they're going to have more ridership is they're going to have more trains. Well, why don't they have more trains now? I mean, I don't understand it. They're going to run 2 more trains and that'll get you to more people. I mean, and also I did not hear in Mr. Tang's talk the word Greenville. Greenville Road. That's where BART should go. It should go all the way to Greenville Road. ACE is right there. That seems quite reasonable. And then we heard about parking. Parking is quite important. Now, it's not important to BART. If anybody gets the East Bay Times today, it says, Bart pushes parking war on the suburbs. Now, what does that have to do with? Evidently, Bart voted against building a parking lot at Dublin, another one, at Dublin Pleasanton, another one that's been in the works for years. And in fact, Catherine Baker, our assembly person, actually got $20 million state funds to pay for the BART, well, most of it, a parking structure. And BART turned it down. I mean, how are we supposed to get to BART? What are we supposed to do? Walk? Walk 12 miles? Ride a bike 12 miles? Or take a bus for an hour? I mean, it's just ridiculous. So I have little confidence that BART's ever going to come through for Livermore, and it should be full BART that's not going to come through rather than something else that's not going to come through. And it should go to Greenville. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. Elizabeth Judge, Evan Branning, and Asa Strout.
Good evening, everyone. After 40 years spent collecting $350 million from Livermore citizens, Almighty BART has finally thrown us a 5.6-mile bone called an extension. The EIR comes complete with a deceitful map of a 68-acre maintenance yard. That's the orange popsicle smack dab in our designated open space. It appears to be just twice the width of the track, but it's really more than 8 times the area for our whole downtown project. The track only comes as far as Isabel, not Greenville, with a plan for dense housing and a 7-level garage, all dangerously close to airport runways. At BART's presentation on August 22nd, this report struck me as a complete farce, designed so we would object to it so they could put it on the back burner again. As the ad says, I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two. The handwriting is on the wall. BART does not really want to do this extension. Livermore has jumped through all of Almighty BART's hoops. We have paid, we have hoped, we have redesigned, and we have waited, and waited, and waited. Yet clearly we still have not earned BART's respect. Almighty BART has taken us to the cleaners. Had all those funds been in an escrow account, we could get them back to pay for things like underground parking, etc., etc. Never mind. We need to move on. We need to support other arrangements proposed to connect BART to ACE in the Central Valley that do not come from BART. Perhaps later, then, we should start a process to replace the elected bodies in our transportation system with an accountable state-run professional entity and get rid of BART behavior altogether. In the meantime, it would be a shame to have council dignify this insulting DEIR with a well-crafted letter from staff to BART that lacks any outrage. I suggest the letter have just 2 words: no thanks. It would do wonders for blood pressure. After dragging this monster along for 40 years, releasing it will energize the whole city's morale. We won't have to wait until Almighty BART decides to act or not 8 years from now. We won't have to change the city's zoning codes at Isabel. The freedom from this burden should be celebrated, not mourned. This BART EIR to Livermore is dead. Let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. We can just raise our hand for those rather than, because otherwise we need to make sure that everybody feels comfortable speaking. I don't want to intimidate anybody. Mr. Branning and Asa Strout.
Hi, thank you. My name is Evan Branning, and I'm one of the founding members of the BART to Livermore Coalition that has been supporting the DER and full BART coming to Livermore. I wanted to start just by saying that unlike the previous few speakers, I haven't been here quite as long in Livermore. However, I also moved here hearing the BART would be 5 to 10 years away, so it seems some things never change. I would like to actually comment directly on the letter itself, since I believe that's the item under consideration right now, instead of comments that I have put in with the DEIR already. But I would remind everyone in the audience briefly, if they do want to comment on the DEIR, one good option for that is email or online at the BART to Livermore page. So that is a great place to get your personal concerns in as well, other than concerns of the city. So I'll be brief with 3 concerns that I would like addressed either in the letter or separately. First is it is brought up the train yard as well as the tracks should be considered at 20% in the letter. With the new information that we've gotten from Mr. Tang, I thought he did an excellent job of making it much clearer how important the yard is to the overall system health. And I think that that should be considered as a separate project entirely from the current Isabel plan. It should be asked to be broken off of the two. Since it is such a major project, removing the cost of it from the current plan, since it does sound like in order to reduce congestion and to ease the blue line, a yard would be required ultimately in the next 30 years, regardless of whether or not the Isabel station was built. Additionally, it's been asked by my group and myself for more information on the specific costs of the yard and the tail tracks. Second, I would like to point out in the letter that growth assumptions and usage of the BART track are based off of projections that Livermore has consistently exceeded. Job growth as well, job growth particularly has been far in excess of any projections that have been made in Livermore over the past several years, and we can show that with the analytics from past year's growth. So projections into the future, we could expect more reverse commute riders coming to Livermore, making this potentially one of the few profitable stations in the entire system. The last thing, which I don't think needs to be in the letter, but should be in city consideration, but may be considered for it, is connectivity. One of the important parts of this project, and with current changes that are going on, is that connectivity is going to be one of the major issues, whatever system is built at Isabel, and we should be looking forward to how we can make that the smoothest and easiest transition possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Branning. Asa Strout.
Hi, I'm Asa Strout.
Yes.
Since it's a competition, being born in Livermore, I've been waiting 100% of my life. So I think that beats most people off pure percentages. Anyways, I'm here to advocate the council to really support a full BART station to Livermore. In that we've contributed roughly $400 million, 350 per the previous speaker. We're going to continue to support BART via millions of dollars per year just through a sales tax on the expenditures within our city of our residents and our visitors. So we're still on the hook to continue to pay for BART regardless of if we get BART here or not. I also want to push for full BART due to if we put any sort of other alternate line via DMU or EMU, then it kind of limits the long term down the road future expansion of full BART to anywhere else within the East Bay. Be it Greenville or Utopia and it goes over the hill to Tracy or anything like that, or up to Antioch to kind of create a full system that way. So I don't want to limit the expansion of BART in any other way without a full BART line. So I do want to urge the council and the mayor to put that in the letter, because I do also want to echo the previous speaker in that I think the yard or the shop should be spun off into a separate project, because it does seem to be covering more than just the needs of the Livermore station. When we're talking about the Livermore extension, we do have a need for 3 to 4 trains or 2 shop areas to manage those cars, but we don't need a full shop station for the whole system today, because it does, to echo another previous speaker, increase the scope of the project, increases the cost of the project, and increases the timeline of the project. When we're talking about getting BART to Livermore, we should be looking at the quickest and most cost-effective ways of doing it, and then planning the other projects around those, maybe in tandem, so they're separate, but those budgets should be separate in that, those systems do support a full system, not just a Livermore extension. And to echo the first one, or this first one another speaker, we should be thinking long term about where Greenville will be taking place, either an A train connection into Isabel to kind of create an over the hill extension, or looking at extending BART out there in a million years with a shop out there, because there's a lot more space that you can tuck a shop behind that's not in the middle of our green space that we've kind of opted to protect as citizens of Livermore. Thank you.
Thanks, Strout. Okay, that's it for the cards. I'm going to close the hearing, and unless John Kincannon, did he ever show back up again? No? Okay. All right. That I'm going to close the hearing and bring it back to the council. Comments? Or shall we give everybody else an opportunity?
I don't know. It's a
Okay,
pleasure of the rest of the council.
Councilmember
if you want me
Coomer,
to-
Councilmember Carling?
I have an actual handout associated with it. So
all right.
Basically, I'll hand this out to the council and to staff. It's specific language that I would like inserted and or deleted in the proposed letter. But I'd like to start out by saying that to me, this EIR, it really represents the worst case scenario. So if you were to tell me what would you design that would be the highest cost and the highest impact to Livermore, this is pretty much it. It's a 5-mile extension with blinders on as to what to do with regional rail connectivity. The 5-mile extension represents higher densities than we would normally consider, and all the associated impacts, and none of the consideration for how we fund public services in the area. There's inadequate parking, likely resulting in an overflow into neighborhoods, and basically full facilities by 7 a.m. When does BART start service? It's at 3:20 in the morning?
About 4 a.m.
About 4 a.m. If you try and park at Dublin Pleasanton, that's full by 7, typically.
7:40.
So
but okay.
I'm expecting the same thing to happen here. In addition to that, it's a 5-mile extension with the impact of a full service yard. The service yard, as I mentioned before, it seems like it's a last-minute addition. I've never heard of a service yard being mentioned, other than the last time it was mentioned, I believe, was to Greenville when the Dublin extension was being built. And to me, accepting a service yard in this location is admitting that BART will never go further than Isabel, or any other service will ever go further than Isabel. As Bart stated, a shop is ideally located at the end of the line. So to me, by accepting that shop location, we are accepting that we will be receiving a hopefully $1.6 billion 5-mile extension and nothing else. Boy, where do I go? Ideally, I would love to see full BART going all the way out to Greenville, but at the current costs and the current impacts, I don't know if that's ever going to happen. What I would like to do quickly is go through some of my comments to the letter and reading some of them, because they will address some of the same things that people have asked us to put in the letter. I do have, bear with me here, 8 suggestions for the letter, and I'll go through them as fast as possible. On the first page of the comment letter, we do talk about the 3 alternative modes analyzed. And to me, again, this is that 5-mile blinder that if we don't talk about regional connectivity here, then it assumes that we're okay with this 5-mile extension. So I do have an area where we would kind of qualify that statement by inserting for the proposed 5.5-mile extension. On the second page, we do refer to Plan Bay Area. I would like to delete that reference. The rest of the language is okay, but to me, Plan Bay Area is severely flawed. This council has never had a chance to talk about Plan Bay Area, and I just don't like referencing it in the letter. After we talk about the proposed 5-mile extensions, I am proposing to insert the language, however, the above project alternative projections must take cost into consideration and should be compared to other potential modes and service extensions. Cost estimates in the draft EIR appear to be exceedingly high. The current estimated capital cost for a 5.5-mile BART extension is $1.6 billion. The single station DMU alternative extension is estimated at $1.59 billion. The results of the ACE Forward project include an EMU-DMU option with service from West Tracy through the Altamont Pass to West Dublin Pleasanton with preliminary cost estimates within the same range as both BART 5.5-mile rail extensions. So I refer to the ACE Forward project, and that's the Altamont Commuter Express. They've prepared their EIR as to how to connect to BART and provide service through Livermore. Their EIR took 2 years to complete, and it spanned 3 counties. And part of their, exactly as I mentioned in the letter, one of their options looked at a West Tracy station that went all the way down the corridor and met up at West Dublin Pleasanton for about the same cost. Alameda County owns an abandoned railway tunnel through the Altamont Pass. You don't have to go over the Altamont Pass. We can go through it. At the end, I propose deleting a line and inserting the total cost of the, and this is in regards to the service yard. The total cost should be attributed to the system as a whole, since Livermore residents continue to provide funding for BART capital and operation costs over the last 40 years. So I don't think that we should be paying for it at all. Another comment, towards the bottom of the second page, I'd like to keep the first line of that bullet point stating Livermore is concerned about negative impacts or negative effects on our neighboring cities with the DMU, EMU, and BART bus express alternatives, and then inserting alternative station options developed by AECOM engineers as part of the ACE Forward effort need to be studied as they avoid many of the potential impacts to neighboring cities outlined in the draft EIR. So ACE Forward presented, it's a horrible front page because I ran out of ink, their own study of the railway corridors and the potential options, and they do have a different take on the right-of-way, and I think it needs to be studied because it doesn't show taking as many facilities in Dublin and Pleasanton, and it also lowers the impact on Livermore. Now, they do make a few assumptions that they'll be receiving some exemptions from Caltrans in terms of the right-of-way along the freeway, but I think that that's not uncalled for to ask for and not unusual for Caltrans to make those exemptions. Pardon me, I have a cold, so it's starting to catch up with me. 3 more, just bear with me. Inserting language that says ridership projections for the full BART option is over 16,000 per day by the year 2040, not including ridership increases due to the Isabel Neighborhood Plan. Now, Mr. Tang may need to correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't see the Isabel Neighborhood Plan accounted for in the EIR. I think you were mentioning that you would, but I read differently, so this may not be completely accurate. But only 3,500 parking spaces are planned. The city of Livermore is concerned about the lack of adequate parking, similar to what the cities of Dublin and Pleasanton experience today with the same ridership. Of particular concern is the location of the Isabel station adjacent to residential communities. Parking may spill over into nearby neighborhoods. In addition, the draft EIR assumes 540 new parking spaces at the Dublin Pleasanton station that the BART board elected not to build. So the same parking structure that Mr. Jefferson mentioned that Assembly Member Baker received, was able to allocate $20 million for. BART turned it down, and they are not building that parking garage yet. It's in the EIR, so I think that affects the overall analysis. Change 7, instead of saying the city is concerned about the size and location of the yard and shops, I would like to insert the city cannot support locating a yard and shops in North Livermore, period. And then it goes on to list all the environmental concerns. And then finally, at the end of the letter, there's a series of other bullet points. And to address the regional rail connectivity, I'm suggesting that we insert language that states project options should consider opportunities for regional rail connectivity to relieve congestion along the I-580 corridor, considering the growth of the Tri-Valley and the influx of commuters to the Bay Area from San Joaquin Valley. Any rail extension must be planned with future connectivity to the Altamont Commuter Express in mind. So that's my suggested language changes to the letter. I think a couple closing thoughts. One of the reasons why, and I'm glad this slide is still up, there is value in BART completing this EIR process. As I stated, it represents the worst case scenario, and I believe we can pull data from it to come up with a better option, because I honestly believe we can do better. Assemblymember Baker really fought hard for this region and was able to get AB 758 passed recently. It's on the governor's desk for signature as we speak. It would form the Alameda County San Joaquin or Alameda San Joaquin Regional Rail Authority, which is basically made up of representatives from the Tri-Valley and representatives from San Joaquin, to further study the issue of how to connect the two counties together and get people off of I-580. I also want to thank the Wheels Director Michael Tree for working on AB 758, and also Marianne Payne with Supervisor Haggerty's office. They were really instrumental, and they were in Sacramento until all hours of the morning trying to get this thing passed. So with the development of AB 758, I think BART board certifying the EIR, that's great. We can get the data. We can figure out what's beneficial out of the EIR, what we can use to build on our own analysis. But I think that the second part, the BART board considers project adoption, I think we should consider asking them to hold off until we have further analysis. That, you know, the BART board not make a decision on a 5-mile extension that basically leads to nowhere and has all the impacts and not the benefit that we are looking for. So I mean, that's, I think, something for future discussion with the council. But other than that, I said I'd be quick. I wasn't. My apologies.
Wow. Okay. Let's go just the way down the.
Yeah, so I mean, a couple of people mentioned or correctly pointed out that what is on our plate this evening is the letter in response. And I spent a fair amount of time reading the letter as well. Took a different tact than Vice Mayor took, in the sense that I marked up a hard copy and gave it to our city manager. And so one of the questions I have is what happens with the comments that I provided to you, plus what the Vice Mayor has just outlined, plus what you might hear from the Mayor or Councilmember Coomber? What happens with those comments, and what happens then to the letter?
I think at this point, given that we have fairly extensive comments on the letter, what might be the most effective way is to have, at the mayor's pleasure, ultimately the appointment of a 2-member subcommittee to finalize the comments after the council has given general direction of whether they generally support these types of comments. And so, again, it depends on sort of the pleasure of the council at that particular point. We do have an objective of trying to get our comments in by the deadline,
right.
Which is next Monday.
Right.
And I think a 2-person subcommittee would probably be your most effective way once the council has discussed and given general direction to work with staff to finalize those comments.
Okay.
Councilmember Coomber.
Well, thank the Vice Mayor for providing so many of my talking points. Boy. And I'm going to be brief here just because he was so eloquent in his presentation. But I would like some language, and if we do end up getting a subcommittee involved to do this, that would be great, because some language to eliminate the possibility of the North Livermore that we fought to keep as open territory remain that without trains running through. You drive down I-5 in the evening and go through some of the towns where there are state prisons with the big lights glowing out there, and everything else is dark. It's weird, and that would give a complete weird feeling to North Livermore. And everybody knows I'm a friend of birds and animals and things, and I don't, it's one of the few places I can go out and watch merlins dive around. Anybody know what a merlin is? It's a nice small hawk that isn't afraid of anything. But you find them on Hartman Road, and they nest out there. So I'm totally against the shop out there. I also don't think the city should have any financial commitment to making this happen. Residents of Livermore have been paying for 40 years and are still waiting for that station. It's just, after a while, it just gets to be almost a joke. It has been in our household for years, go and catch a BART train. And I will bet you I'm one of the few that actually does occasionally ride his wheelchair to Dublin to get on a BART train. And anybody in here who don't know me well enough know that that's true, probably several times a year. So there's a reason why people drive their car to a station when they have to be at work in the morning, because I can't do that unless I'm not in a hurry to go anywhere. So planning our community with ideas that will encourage perhaps the BART board maybe to approve a station for us isn't the way I think our community should be planned. I think we're on a pretty good track right now, and I don't want to see that progress disturbed. And we've already talked about broaching the urban growth boundary once tonight. I don't want to take it up again because we want to increase the density of units around a new BART station. That's up to us to decide, and that's how I'm going to keep it. So yeah, I've probably said enough. That'll work for me. Yeah, okay.
Well, as I mentioned previously, this is the 6th or 7th time I've seen the presentation, so I've actually been providing comments to staff and railing on the number of the points for some time, and was happy to see that the number of my comments have already been incorporated in the letter. I'm very impressed with the diligence with which the Vice Mayor attacked this. So with that, to expedite the effort here, what I would like to do is, since I've got two of my colleagues that also submitted written comments, I would ask that Vice Mayor Spadowski and Councilmember Carling be the members of the subcommittee, and then you can hash out your comments and see.
Somehow I knew that's where you were headed on this.
You gotta love delegation, right?
He's stuck on a committee with.
No, I appreciate that. I was just...
Well, there are two
No,
very,
it's fine, it's
very
fine.
eloquent people here with some excellent viewpoints, and so I'd like to have you two work that out and work with staff.
And we would then ultimately send that letter out under the Vice Mayor's signature.
Okay.
On behalf of the council.
Or if we could both sign it, if that would be. Pardon me? Oh, that'd be three. Oh, Brown Act. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Essentially, you're delegating authority to your subcommittee to basically sign on behalf of the council at that point.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay. You don't see that would carry any less weight?
No.
Okay. Very good. All right. Well, you guys have seen that, so all right. With that,
And also, I want to just comment that that's not my preferred method of commenting on letters, is writing down bullet point by bullet point. But this is a very strict timeline, and it's taken a lot of effort to go through several of the reports. So my apologies for submitting such a manifesto on this one.
Well, it's only been 50 years in the making.
Well, yeah, but that was like a nice Sunday stream of consciousness typing away. So.
I do appreciate it. By the way, I just wanted to say I do appreciate the comments from the public tonight. I heard a bunch of differing points of view, but I think I agreed with every one of them. I mean, it's been pretty frustrating for all of us. I've lived here 40 plus years, and my wife reminded me that when we first moved to town, there was a big sign out on the freeway. BART was going to come to Livermore, right? I'm not sure how long the sign was there, but. It's easy just to say no thanks too, but this is a tough one. I'd certainly like to see it, but I don't know that we're willing to pay the price, both in what it means to the northern part of north of 580, as well as the cost to the city. So,
I agree. As this continues to evolve, there is a significant price to BART. I mean, not just monetary, but to the community as well. And however, on the balance of that, in the last citizen survey, I believe the number of people that wanted BART to come to Livermore was in excess of 72%. Does anybody remember the exact number?
I think that's pretty close to the number that was on the survey.
I think it was 72% of the people, of the Livermore residents that responded, out of 3,000 people that were polled. It's pretty significant.
Sure, but did they know about the track and the shops north of.
They did not know about the tracking
Yeah,
shops.
I think they
In
will
fact,
make a
we
big
didn't know about the tracking
No,
shops.
fair enough.
till
I know,
last meeting.
but I think that might make a big difference.
Well, and that's something that we go back.
Yeah,
but
sure.
this has been the driving force behind this. Mr. Allen has left, but I've talked about this over and over again, that there was actually a lot of people that spoke to this council in favor of BART in the downtown. And then we found out that 80% of the people in the community did not want BART in the downtown. But that's not what was conveyed in the council meetings and at the workshops. So this is specifically why this council felt that it was important to tap into the community. And in the last citizen survey, that the people that responded, 72% still wanted BART in the downtown, or still wanted BART to come to Livermore. So that's what has been driving this. And this is why when I've been going to the meetings with the vice mayor, the Altamont Regional Rail Working Group, and I'm on the ACE board now, and all these efforts have been because what we heard from the community was that they still wanted BART to come to Livermore along the freeway. The fact that Director McPartland is here tonight shows that he is still committed to bringing BART to Livermore. So until we hear otherwise, we're going to still keep working on this. What we keep seeing in this is that the demands on the community are getting greater. So we have plenty of time, I imagine, that this will be coming back over and over again. So we'll certainly have a chance to tap into what the community wants, and I'm sure that we'll hear from the community as we continue to move this process along. But I think that's what's the important thing right now, is that we continue to move this process along. And a lot of the next step is comments to this letter. All right. Do you guys need a vote or anything on this? Is direction sufficient?
Motion appointing your subcommittee?
Oh, okay. Well, I will make the motion then to appoint a subcommittee comprised of Vice Mayor Spadowski and Councilmember Carling to develop the final draft of the comment letter to BART and to carry the signature of the subcommittee.
And I'll second that.
Okay. Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Coomber. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Passed unanimously?
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Well, considering the lateness of the hour, I'm going to rearrange the agenda, and we will consider 6.02 at another time, because I think most of the folks here are not here for the goals and the priorities report for our update. I think most of the people are here are for the discussion and direction regarding recreational and medicinal cannabis. Am I correct? Show of hands? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll move the city council goals and priorities to the next meeting.
That works. That works.
And we will move on to discussion and direction on recreational and medical cannabis. Do we need to take action, Mr. City Attorney, considering we're 1 minute to 10:30?
Yes, I think if you were to reorder your agenda, as you said, and take a vote of the council, that allow us to complete this last item, 6.03 this evening, continuing 6.02 to the next meeting, and the balance of your agenda as well to the next meeting.
Okay, and then 6.03, do we just continue on, or do we take another action at 11?
You can continue on as long as if you can start that matter now.
Okay.
You'll be fine. You just cannot start any new matter after 11 o'clock.
Okay.
So we're fine.
Very good. And there's one thing is matters initiated and council reports, and nobody's waiting for that. So, okay, moving on to 6.03. Mr. Lee.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'll try to keep the presentation brief. At the end of last year, the council directed staff to conduct public outreach on the prospect of permitting medical cannabis dispensaries in the city. And before we get to the results of the public outreach, I think some background information would be useful. This chart shows the laws that pertain to cannabis. At the top is the federal law, which basically prohibits cannabis as a substance, and it's been that way since 1970, and there are no plans to change at the federal level. There have been a number of changes at the state level, starting in '96 with Prop 215, which legalized medical cannabis use, and in 2016, last November, as you recall, Prop 64 passed, which legalized recreational cannabis use. And then most recently, in 2017, there was SB 94, which combines the medical and recreational cannabis uses within a single regulatory framework. And I'll speak to that in more detail in a minute. And then at the local level, in 2007, the city passed an ordinance that specifically prohibited medical marijuana dispensaries. And then in 2016, there was a second ordinance that prohibited commercial cultivation of marijuana. So that's your basic legal framework. The most recent state law, the Medicinal and Adult Use Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act, or MCRSA for short, as I mentioned, combines medical and adult use cannabis regulations into a single licensing structure that's overseen by the new state Bureau of Cannabis Control. The state plans on issuing licenses for commercial cannabis businesses starting in January of next year. And an important component is that it requires dual licenses from both the state and local jurisdiction for a commercial cannabis business. An ordinance prohibiting all commercial cannabis uses protects the city from unintentionally granting control of any aspect of this use to the state. So as I mentioned, the municipal code has ordinances that prohibit medical cannabis dispensaries and commercial cultivation, but it's silent on other commercial uses such as manufacturing, recreational sales of cannabis, and testing and so forth. So an ordinance that explicitly prohibits all commercial uses would be required to guarantee local control to issue licenses if that's the direction the council wishes to go. The next slide shows cannabis dispensaries that are currently in the East Bay. The nearest one is in unincorporated Alameda County outside of Hayward, and there are some other dispensaries in Oakland and San Jose. And it should be noted that some of these dispensaries, as well as other commercial vendors, do deliver cannabis to the city of Livermore. So that's an option available to medical cannabis users in the city. This chart just shows the state of cannabis ordinances in communities in the East Bay and the region. And I just want to note that Alameda County just passed an ordinance which goes into effect October 12th, and I'll describe it in a minute. And Hayward is also doing some public outreach on possibly revising their ordinance. And the bottom row notes that none of the communities in the Tri-Valley currently allow any commercial cannabis uses, or are there any plans outside of Livermore to change ordinances within the Tri-Valley to permit commercial cannabis uses. So as I mentioned, the county just passed an amendment to their ordinance. They did allow dispensaries on the west side of the city, but with the current amendments, they're allowing up to 2 more on the east side of the county. So this would be unincorporated county land outside of Dublin, Pleasanton, Livermore, and including Sunol. So there's a potential for 2 new dispensaries. There are buffer requirements that they be located at least a mile from any other dispensary within a city, and 5 miles between dispensaries in unincorporated county land. And in addition, the new ordinance permits 4 cultivation operations in the East County. So based on council direction, staff conducted a community-wide online survey and held 3 public workshops. The first was a community-wide workshop. The second was specifically targeted to neighborhoods near the heavy industrial district on the east side of town, which was identified as a potential location for dispensaries. And then the third workshop targeted businesses within that heavy industrial district on the east side of town. And this map shows the area that I referred to. This is Greenville Road, the freeway to the north. Vasco Road is here. Here's Lawrence Livermore Labs. And then this green area is an area that could potentially be a location for a dispensary. The purple areas are areas that are residential uses, schools, parks, and other sensitive uses, plus a 1,000-foot buffer extending from those uses. So that leaves this green area as a potential location. So there were a series of questions posed in the online survey, and just for brevity, and the complete list of questions and the responses are in your staff report. But the fundamental question was, should the city of Livermore develop an ordinance to permit an appropriately regulated medical cannabis dispensary? And as you can see, the responses were in favor. There was a 60% vote in favor of all respondents, and then of those that were identified as Livermore residents, it was a little less at 58%. And then here's a summary of the workshop responses to the same question. Again, there was a majority support at the community-wide workshop, but when you look at the second column, you notice that the responses was flipped. There was strong opposition to an ordinance to permit a medical cannabis dispensary in the neighborhoods near that industrial zone on the east side of the city. And then we have a pretty small sample of the businesses who attended the third workshop. They were mixed in their responses. They did have concerns on the impact of a dispensary in their business area. So to summarize, I think there are 3 key takeaways from the public outreach program. The first is that there's general community support for a well-regulated ordinance permitting medical cannabis dispensaries, including a limit to the number of dispensaries. Secondly, there's general community support for strong regulations on dispensaries, including location, size, hours of operation, prohibiting consumption on site, and security measures. And then lastly, there's strong neighborhood opposition to a well-regulated ordinance permitting medical cannabis dispensaries in the potential area where a dispensary may be located because of concerns regarding safety, crime, and impact on property values. And the staff report goes into a little bit more detail on those issues. So given these considerations, staff is recommending the council direct staff to prepare an ordinance prohibiting all commercial, medical, and recreational cannabis uses. And secondly, direct staff whether to prepare an ordinance providing an exception to permit and regulate operation of medical cannabis dispensaries in Livermore. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the council?
Just a quick question to staff, and maybe if staff doesn't have the statistic, if any public comment could address this. Do we have any clue as to how many deliveries occur in Livermore each day?
We don't have that data. One of the questions on the online survey asked current cannabis users in Livermore how they receive or obtain their cannabis, and one of the options was through delivery. And if you give me a moment.
Sure. I just didn't know if we have that statistic offhand.
19%, let's see, 24% Livermore residents visited a dispensary in another city. 16.8 had it delivered at home. Both of the above, 31.5%.
So just trying to quantify some kind of.
Yeah, but there were no numbers.
Yeah, there's no
percentages.
numbers. Okay.
Right. Well, actually, we do have numbers. It just wasn't included in the staff report. So of the respondents, 116 have the cannabis delivered to their home, and 307 actually obtained cannabis both by going to a dispensary and having it delivered
But
to
we
home.
still don't know. I mean,
But we
even
don't know
of the survey. Yeah,
It's
so
just
there's
out
no,
of the survey.
Okay, we have no idea. So if anybody in the audience has any kind of statistics, that would be great. And then the other question.
The guy from Floral Element had given us that information last fall. I don't remember what it is.
what that was.
I don't remember either. But they're also limited in the amount they can carry.
Right.
So they have to
That's
make
why they have-
multiple trips.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's one of the questions. And then also, do we have any idea where the county is looking at in terms of sites around Livermore? I heard they're considering one on the outskirts of Livermore and then one in Sunol.
We don't have concrete information. Their ordinance allows a dispensary on ag zone, so it could be in a number of locations.
Okay.
I believe they'll start receiving applications on October 12th. So at that point, we'll have a better
So at
idea
that-
of
okay.
where they could potentially go.
Okay, great.
Is that limited to medical cannabis at that on the 12th?
Yes.
I was just wanting clarity on your slide where it says Alameda County Cannabis Ordinance going into effect on Thursday, apparently. And all of those 2 new dispensaries are both for medical?
That's correct.
And the cultivation operations would also serve the medical?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, thanks.
The dispensaries, wouldn't that constitute an urban use outside the urban growth boundary?
If you're asking city staff, yes, that's our opinion, and we sent a letter to the county expressing that point of view.
Okay, and have they responded?
They responded by passing the ordinance that allows it in ag
So they
zones.
didn't really care what we thought. So, but staff believes that's an urban use, and therefore would be inappropriate outside the urban growth boundary,
Yes.
unless
the city
associated
attorney
with
wants to say.
unless associated with the agricultural component. But I think there's been some disagreement on that.
I believe that was our position stated in the letter to the county, that if they had a dispensary along with a cultivation operation, that's in keeping with the existing policy.
Okay.
So follow-up question to that, do all the locations, are they covered by the urban growth boundary, or are there areas in Alameda County where they can place it that aren't included in the urban growth boundary?
There are locations outside of the urban growth boundary where they could
Okay.
locate.
Interesting.
Any other questions at this point? Okay. Okay, so last call for cards. So if you wish to speak, please hand your card in to the city clerk, and we will get those. All right. Okay, so we've got about 25 cards here. This is what we do for a living, right? Okay, so let's try 2 minutes. I know that people are very passionate about this, so let's try for 2 minutes. If you can keep your comments to that. Typically it's 3 minutes, but then we'd be here for another hour and a half. But let's try to keep it at 2 minutes if we can, and see how that goes. Again, I want to make sure that everybody feels comfortable speaking. So I don't allow booing because that's intimidating. And to give equal time, if I don't allow booing, I don't allow applause. So if you agree with the speaker, raise your hands, and then the council can see whether you support or whether you support the speaker. So we see that the speaker does not, because the speaker has their back to you. So what I'd ask is that if you agree with the speaker, simply raise your hand, and then we at the council will see that. And then nobody needs to feel intimidated by speaking, okay? So with that, hopefully 2 minutes or so. And if somebody really articulates the position very well, you can get up and say, you know what he said or what she said, and then we'll know. But you don't necessarily have to say everything all over again. So we make sure that everybody has an opportunity to speak tonight. With that, Mr. Common, you're first in line. Tom Jefferson and Viradha Venkatesh Sivaramankshan.
Mayor, council members, I've lived in Livermore for a long time. Early
Waiting for Bart.
60s. That's a long time. And I'm a veteran, and I use medical cannabis. I've had numerous operations, and I'm still here breathing, even with a little bit of help. But I need medical cannabis to keep, hopefully, from having to have another operation. It's helped me medically, and the only thing I can do is hope that you will allow Livermore residents to have a dispensary and a delivery service in town here, so that people such as myself don't have to drive to an undesirable area in Oakland where I feel uncomfortable. I would be much rather have it delivered to my house where I won't run out of air, such as I'm about to do after this long meeting tonight. So I would be very happy if you could help the people in Livermore to be able to purchase their cannabis here in town. I cut it very short. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Common. Thank you. Tom Jefferson, Viradha Venkatesh, and Vidun Tamala.
Good evening again. I have to say, it seems to be a no-brainer to pass item 1, pass an ordinance prohibiting commercial cannabis use by the end of pass it before the end of 2017. Otherwise, you lose local control about what happens in Livermore. That seems easy. Now, as far as medical cannabis in Livermore, I have a story which I think is correct. My 21-year-old neighbor about 3 years ago was killed by a drunk driver while that's my neighbor, was attending Chico State. The drunk driver was on parole for drug dealing in Ohio. He wasn't even allowed to be in California. Wasn't permitted by his probation rules. He was dealing drugs in California, and I believe, and that's the point here, I believe he had a medical marijuana card. So my only point is, perhaps it's too easy to get a medical marijuana card. That's it. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. Viradha Venkatesh, Vidun Tamala, and Zach Madison.
Thank you.
As if we don't have enough reading material. Oh, one set. Oh, okay.
Give it to the mayor.
And I'll give it to my subcommittee. Yes.
I can extend myself to help you out for it. Thank
Sir.
you. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate the time provided. Just to be very sharp and quick, we do understand that reviews are done, online polls have been done, and there is two requirement, like the gentleman here, who needs medical marijuana. We understand that. Where we stand is the zoning of I3. Could you go back to that slide, please? The green area that you're pointing, the likelihood of the place where you're looking at a cannabis, that's a newly developed area that homes have been built. There are totally about 350 homes, or a little over 450, inclusive of the ones which are adjacent to the Patterson Pass. So that neighborhood is filled with residents. We still call it as heavy industrial area. And that's the reason that location has been picked. And even in our survey, if you look at it, there were 48% or 58% of them who said yes to it. We really do not have the facts as to how many of them do really belong to that area. All that I'm requesting is, if you are considering that area to be a residential where you have built new developments and be allowed families to move in, could we consider not to propose that spot as a cannabis area? As rightly pointed out in the previous slides, person coming out from far away, the moment they have access to come into that community, people are not going to sit and smoke. Sorry, we'll continue.
Finish your thought, please.
People are going to have the access coming in and still use those smaller neighborhood area where it is mixed with more industrial and residential, and they are going to spoil the entire spot. That is going to increase the crime. That is going to increase the outrage there. We don't have enough backing for it on any kind of law enforcement or any thing to protect the citizens around in that area.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bidun Tamala, Zach Madison, Michaela.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. As the speaker before me rightly stated, I'm pretty much from the same community here, standing before you. I think he has put forward the points around, the outskirts of Livermore, the east side of Livermore, the industrial zone, which is now a completely residential area with houses sold and lots of families living there who have signed those documents, which are about 212 sheets from each family to express their concerns. We do have lots of kids, who go to those parks on a regular basis. You could see them on, every evening playing around. And, having medical marijuana there does not stop the fact that a person can buy it, drive all the way, and, instead of going all the way to the home, you can always stay on those parks and, intake it, right? Nobody's going to stop that. There's still public parks, not community parks, which is going to be a direct impact to kids and rest of the community members. On top of all this, I think one more point that I would like to add is the traffic, right? This is really close to the A station that we have, and we don't have a dispensary, from Dublin all the way to Tracy, so you can expect traffic taking the A's coming all the way till here, and now they're not going to carry it, with going back on the A's train, right? There's always a chance they, stick onto those parks, and which is also going to increase the traffic, both coming from the A station and also that corridor, which takes them all the way to the dispensary. Today, we are already having a lot of problem which is actually a no truck zone. We still have lots of traffic that goes through the Brissa lane, and we have lots of neighbors who have concerns about, sleepless nights because of the traffic that floats around that corridor. Having the dispensary there is only going to be, add to the problem that we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach Madison, Michaela, Anthony Rangel.
I'll try to be brief. Thank you all for your time. We really appreciate it. I know it's getting late here. Just a few points to kind of touch on. Also live in the development, and a lot of us have either started our families there or have children and are planning on doing so. So we want to keep it a safe, friendly environment. We have some of our folks here who do kind of a night watch as a part of a program there to kind of help protect and put minds at ease. One thing I would like to mention that's already been spoken about is the ACE train location. It's about a block if you're walking from our backyard. Right, and if that's the last stop before the corridor going over the Altamont, what are we really encouraging at that point? I have no qualms with medicinal marijuana if that's what we're using it for. However, putting it directly behind a subdivision that was just planned, I think the tracking was laid out 1.5 years ago. I don't see that being conducive to the community. The only reason it's a big concern is because, yes, we have put in pavement for our playgrounds there. We have a greenway that's in the middle of the subdivision. Kids are crossing the street right there on Brisa Lane. So they're walking across at the stop walk. Somebody's under the influence. Now we're talking about fatalities. You never know. Again, it's not the medicinal side that I don't think a lot of us are fighting, because we're open to the delivery services, making that more convenient for folks that do need it on a local level. But really just position overall. I think that's the biggest hindrance and the biggest concern for our community. Another thing is, a lot of folks may not look at this, but just for me moving 5.5 miles from Dublin to Livermore when I purchased this home, my insurance went up. Right, and that's not only on your automobile, that's homeowners, et cetera, and that's also due to crime rate. So I'd like to minimize that, not put a burden on the police force here, and we ask that if there is a delivery system or something that's going to be in place in our city, that the burden of that cost is distributed back to the dispensary. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Michaela, Anthony Rangel, and Steve Traugut.
Hello, and thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Michaela. I am the founder president of Higher Elevation Community Collective. Last year I spoke in front of the previous council members, but I'd like to introduce myself to the new council members on board. I appreciate the time the staff has put into this matter and the continued effort throughout this process. I believe medical cannabis is an essential medicine within this community, and a lot of patients have hidden their medicinal use due to the lack of social acceptance. I have heard and read some of the issues and concerns the community has, and the biggest one I see is this assumption that it is going to bring crime and the wrong people. This is not the case whatsoever. This wonderful community is already booming with cannabis businesses. The Tri-Valley is actually one of the biggest cannabis markets in California. It is already here and thriving. People just don't see it. Because the 88 delivery services we have here right now are not visible. Your neighbors, family, coworkers, and close friends medicate with cannabis, and you would never even know. The majority of the Tri-Valley patients are not society's stereotypical cannabis user. Cannabis is being used as a medicine, and patients are very embarrassed and discreet with their use. Parents, CEOs, directors, doctors, Google techs, owners, and employees of many Fortune 500 companies use cannabis, but you just don't hear about it. The majority of patients want a store to walk into, not home delivery. Bringing this in is going to eliminate the majority of delivery services in this area. There is an overwhelming need for a regulated storefront in Livermore. As city council members, providing this safe access for the community is something that needs to be done. Let's start to regulate these existing local businesses. It will be adding more safety and more regulation of cannabis with less unregulated deliveries, so we can monitor sales and make sure laws are being followed and taxes are being paid. Thank you so much for addressing this issue and making progress to help develop regulations for the community's needs.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Michaela. Anthony Rangel, Steve Traugut, and Asa Strout.
Good evening, Council, City staff. My name is Anthony Rangel. I am the founder and president of Nature's Remedy Collective, and I'm also the co-founder of East Bay Healing Alliance, a recognized 501c4 welfare organization. We've been kicking this back and forth for quite some time. Since we began this journey, Prop 64 has passed, gone into effect January 1st, 2017, making it 100% legal for every single person in the state of California to possess, grow, smoke, use cannabis. And that's here. The sky hasn't fallen yet, so we got one victory in the bag. But as more regulation comes, the fact that more states in this country have regulated cannabis, the prohibition rhetoric is starting to be drowned out by statistical data. One big piece, regulated cannabis will increase crime rate. According to data from the Denver Police Department, with 1 year into regulations, violent crime, including homicide, sexual assault, robbery, and aggravated assault, fell by 6.9% in the first quarter of 2014. On the same period, that's from the same period in 2013, property crime also dropped by 11%. Using statistics from the FBI Uniform Crime Report, the central finding gleaned from the present study was that medical marijuana legislation is not predictive of higher crime rates and may be related to reductions in rates of homicide and assault. Another argument is dispensaries will increase adolescent marijuana use. State-level data from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health showed that marijuana use of Coloradans aged 12 to 17 had dropped at roughly 12% year after year. This makes the community safe for regulating it. The thing that doesn't make it regulated is allowing a black market to thrive where anywhere there's no requirement for age, they can sell to kids, and they will. They can sell whatever. It could be controlled, covered in mold, mildew, laced with pesticides, all sorts of horrible things that if you give that to my wife when she was going through her cancer treatment, she'd be dead. These are the things that we are trying to stop, and we are trying to bring safety and order to this industry, to this area. And really quick, I know I went over my time, but Vice Mayor asked for a rough estimate of how many deliveries happen in Livermore. With 26 deliveries or 26 delivery services at 20 a day, you're roughly looking at 560 deliveries per day in Livermore, and that is a very, very soft estimation that I'm giving you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Traugott, Asa Strout, and Amber Smidbush.
Hello, everyone. I'm a property and business owner over there in the green area, just south of Topcon. My wife and I run a small family business there, and it's interesting to me to see everyone who's living there in the residential communities that have just popped up. One thing I wanted to remind everyone of tonight is that that's a business community too. And we have our own issues out there. The police presence is very, very light. The place is a ghost town on evenings and weekends. So there are the crime considerations that people are raising here. I've had to chase people smoking out of my parking lot at 11 o'clock at night. Having said all that, I want to see us do the right thing. There's a compassionate case to be made here. I don't think, though, that green area on that map is where it should be implemented. If this is medical marijuana use, it needs to go downtown, not downtown on First Street, but downtown near the hospital, near the clinics. If you're under medical care, you're going to be frequenting that area more or less anyway. Why send people all the way out there towards Greenville in order to get what they need? That's one of the arguments. I'm trying to skip through some points here. There were some concerns that I had about the statistics in discussion with staff. Best conclusion I can reach, being a IT guy most of my career, is we probably need better statistics. These internet polls are, they're internet polls. Let's see, police coverage. Oh yeah, one other thing. We're only looking in that green area. There's about 100 parcels that are green there. Maybe 20 of them might be suitable for a dispensary, if that. So I'm really concerned about the fact that there's only about 20 people that are really going to be impacted who are property owners. I think I'm the only one that made it here tonight. We had more at the library. So there's something that's liable to misfire here if we're not careful with the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Traugott. Asa Strout, Amber Smidbush, Josh Governor. Strout. Done. Okay. Amber Smidbush, Josh Governor, Crystal Meyer.
I apologize. I prepared for 3 minutes and had to even cut it down to make it 3 minutes, so do my best.
That's okay. Welcome back.
My name is Amber Smidbush, and I am the co-founder of East Bay Healing Alliance. Some of you already know me and my story, and some of you don't. I have battled cancer for many years. At one point in 2014, I was told to go home and hug my children, take in what I could. I was told I would never see my daughter start kindergarten or see my son's 8th birthday. After running out of options with hospitals and doctors, I thought, what have I got to lose? And went to cannabis. Cannabis saved my life. My daughter is currently in kindergarten right now, and my son is turning 9 in 3 weeks. But even if you're not a believer that cannabis kills cancer, the National Cancer Institute believes it does. You may also be a believer that this is a gateway drug, when in fact it is an exit drug. I was on prescription opiates from the time I was 14 for my chronic pain condition until just over 2 years ago. I was on so many medications I couldn't keep them all straight, and now with the use of medicinal cannabis, I have been opiate-free for over 2 years, and I'm down to 1 prescription medication. But enough about me. Let's talk about why we're here. We're here because the council is considering whether or not to ban all cannabis activity at this time. So my question is, what happened? We've had this conversation a few times, and I thought we were going in the right direction. I support banning recreational sales. I'm not in this movement for the recreational side. I'm here for the patients. I'm here for the elderly, my veterans, cancer patients, MS patients, PTSD sufferers. I'm here for those people who are sick of narcotics and want a healthier option to treat their pain. I'm here for people who want safe access to regulated, lab-tested medicine. Now that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a medicine that is used daily in this nation for hundreds of years. And we need to allow this dispensary to move forward and end this ongoing loop. Why are we still demonizing this? If you ban all activity, what's going to happen to the 87-year-old who can't drive? What's going to happen to the people who need delivery services? If I can, real quick. I did read the letters included with the memo from the city attorney. The citizens are worried about the crime rate increasing or that children will see a drug center and be inclined to start smoking. These are valid concerns of parents. However, I have never personally seen a riot or destruction of property from a medicated cannabis patient. I have also personally educated my children to understand that cannabis is a medicine, and much like any other medicine in the household, you don't touch it. You don't take it from friends, you don't take it from strangers, just like you would any other medicine that you have. And that's exactly this word that we need to pay attention to, medicine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smidbush. Josh Governor, Crystal Meyer, Peace Love.
I'm pretty much just going to reiterate the same thing Ms. Smidbush said. I was here last year for the meeting, and all I have to say is, why are we still debating this? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Crystal Meyer, Peace Love, and Lou Tremaine.
Crystal Meyer here.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to speak on behalf of cannabis. Anything I say is not medical advice, but I love researching, I love science, I love math, and I love philosophy. I wanted to bring the attention of everyone that statistically speaking, strawberries, peanuts, seafood, milk, all those are potentially lethal. People die from those every year in the United States. Water. People die from drinking too much water because they starve themselves of electrolytes and they no longer function. They die. There's never been a case of anyone overdosing that ends in a death from cannabis. In addition to that, I would like to bring up, as far as cancer is concerned, if you read the literature that can be researched on PubMed or utilizing Google, you will find that a cell that can potentially become cancerous, all cells that potentially become cancerous have nucleuses. And all cells that have nucleuses in the human body rely on mitochondria as their energy source. In addition, every cell that has a nucleus has CB1 receptors. So the body, when it senses that a cell has gone rogue, the DNA has been mutated, it sends out something called an anandamide. And an anandamide goes to the cell, binds to the CB1, determines that the cell has mutated, and informs the cell that it needs to create something called ceramide that kills mitochondria, and it's called apoptosis, which is cell suicide. That is how the human body has killed cancer since the very, very beginning of humanity. That CB1 receptor is the exact same receptor that THC binds with. That is why, and no cell in the human body that doesn't have a nucleus can become cancerous. The only cells that become cancerous are cells with nucleuses that require the mitochondria as the energy source, and they all have CB1 receptors. So that is why cannabis is able to kill all cancers that exist in the human body, because all cancers are susceptible to the THC or anandamide or other chemical compounds that bind to the CB1 that creates apoptosis. So that is there is a cure for cancer, And cannabis is one of the cures for cancer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lou Tremaine, Lynette Shaw, Vikas. So Lou Tremaine, Lynette Shaw, and Vikas.
Good evening. My name's Lou Tremaine. I'm a resident of Fairfax, California, in Marin County. I served for 12 years on the Fairfax City Council, 3 years as mayor. And I wanted to come tonight and share with you my community's experience with a medical marijuana dispensary. A dispensary that operated for 15 years before it was closed down by the federal government and has now reopened as of June 2nd. Fairfax again has a medical marijuana dispensary. This dispensary never had a single police call. In all of its time of operation, the police were never summoned once for a problem at the Marin Alliance for Medical Marijuana. One of the things that we found was that the street dealers in our downtown went away when the medical marijuana facility opened. We have had an excellent experience with our dispensary, and Livermore, I think, would have a similar situation. We did not see undesirables show up in town. We did not see an increase in crime. We saw none of that. What we saw was people who needed cannabis as medicine were able to get it. They were able to get it from a reliable source. It was a product that was tested, and so they knew it was safe. And since we reopened, I am currently working with the medical marijuana dispensary in Fairfax, the Marin Alliance for Medical Marijuana. We have over 1,800 members since June 2nd that have signed up, just to give you an idea of how many people need this medicine and how many people utilize this medicine. I encourage you to act so that you protect your local decision-making abilities when it comes to cannabis. You need to protect that. You don't want the state to come in and decide things for you. But you should definitely leave the door open for a dispensary in your city. You won't be sorry that you did. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tremaine. Lynette Shaw, Vikas, and Rajesh Tedla.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, everybody here. My name is Lynette Shaw. I'm from Fairfax. I invented the licensed dispensary system 20 years ago. It was the first in the nation, actually the first in the world, to have a licensed system of regulation that included 84 business conditions that we were audited for twice a year for the first 5 years to prove that a marijuana person and a marijuana business could be run legally, transparently, confidentially, and honestly. We passed with flying colors. We never had any problems there. The community was satisfied, the patients were helped, the families were supported. I had friends in the police department that approved of everything that was going on because the street dealers went away and there was no trouble. There was less trouble around town because of we were able to drive away the street dealers. It was a boon economically because people would come to our little town. All the restaurants were busy, all the storefronts filled up. We were number 3 in sales tax for the town. And there was no problems until the political winds changed. And the Obama administration seized my landlord's land because they could not get rid of me any other way. The town decided to freeze my license and hold it in abeyance in hopes that I could return because we were such a resource to the community. And I'm proud to say that after 19 years in civil litigation with the feds, I won. And I have federal judge's protective orders to allow me to distribute and sell medical marijuana under state law, and the Shaw decision upholds for everybody in this room and everybody in the nation. The DOJ is not coming. And that's a very important thing that we have our states' rights on this issue. And I do agree with Lou. Lou has supported us for a long time, fought for us, walked me through the whole system of politics, which I didn't really know about, but I knew a lot about cannabis and cannabis healing. I'm proud to say that after beating the feds for my license and for the landlords, all the landlords in the nation have no reason to fear from the feds also because of the Shaw decision. I'm happy to help consult with the city of Livermore. We found the medical marijuana dispensary was a boon to our community, provided more safety, less crime, income and customers for the businesses. There was no problems, no complaints, and the town actually, and the county fought for us to reopen, which we finally did after 5 years, and we opened it up 13 weeks ago. And everybody is very, very happy about this, especially the patients. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Vikas, Rajesh Tedla, Kumar Gaurao.
Hi, this is Vikas. Thanks a lot for giving me opportunity to talk on this topic. So I just have few things to say. So first of all, I'm like really sympathetic to people who use marijuana as a means to get rid of their pain. But I think we all may agree or disagree, but I think there's a reason there's a federal ban on this substance, and and if we believe that it really helps, maybe for now until we truly understand if it's really good or it's really bad, maybe we can just allow like maybe just home deliveries. There's no need to have a dispensary open. And if you just look at the audience, most of them who are against it are the people who are in the neighborhood. And and if it's really safe, I think one of the gentlemen mentioned why not have it be sold in the hospitals. So I think that's pretty much what I have. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Rajesh Tedla, Kumar Gaurao, and Gopi Karaturi.
Hi, this is Rajesh. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to talk. Yeah, so I'm from the same location, and I pretty much have more or less the same point. I guess by now, all said and done, we all know for sure that medical cannabis has medical benefits, all research done and all that. So it is needed for sure for some of the people. But the question and our concerns is more on the vicinity of that medical cannabis. So the very fact that we need to contemplate is, why is the proposal, whenever there is a medical cannabis proposal, why should there be a restriction that it should be outside at a certain distance? Because of the fact that we know for sure that it has serious ill effects on the community. That's the reason we are putting that, or we are proposing that at a certain distance from the residential areas, right? So otherwise, like the other gentleman has rightly pointed, so we could have very well sold that in the CVS pharmacies or Walgreens. Why should we have a separate dispensary at all? Why should we invest money on that? Why, if it is that much needed, if it is legal, why can't we sell it as a normal drug in the CVS pharmacy or Walgreens? So we don't do that because we know for sure that it has some serious ill effects on the people, on the community, on kids, on adults, on everybody else who can misuse it. But there is a genuine use case which we can which they can obtain it by doing the deliveries or home delivery, online delivery, which these days, I guess 50% of the business or it's happening online, right? So we're all buying so much of stuff online. So why can't this can be done online? Why should we even invest on physical cannabis? That's pretty much my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Kumar and I apologize if I am butchering your names.
It's after 11 o'clock. So.
That's all right. But Kumar Gaurao, Gopi Karuturi, and George Duarte.
Hi, this is Gaurav, and
thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk about this. So I also have the same opinion as Rajesh said, like Google delivers in 1 hour. Why we cannot do something which helps people at the same time it makes our community safer? So I think it's not a debate about whether it should be there or it should not be there. It's more about how people can get it easily. And there are so many other means where like whoever needed, there is a safe means to provide the medicine to them. It doesn't require like you set up a dispensary, then only they can receive the medicine. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Gopi Karuturi, George Duarte, Satya Jandiala.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Most of the speakers before me actually mentioned all the points I wanted to mention. So I just want to mention a couple of points here. One is basically on the surveys that are done and on the some of the percentages that are regarding the crime rates or consumption that are given earlier. I actually found an interesting survey which is conducted by UCLA, which is closer to us, and this is specifically only on the medical cannabis dispensaries that are in not so crowded areas and out of the crowded areas, which is what you are considering as well. And it actually shows very interesting facts. Crime, there is no change, but actually what it tells you is there's a 10% increase in the consumption of the area that the dispensary is. That is founded by UCLA with a 95% of accuracy. That's what they said. And the study is published in end of 2015, so which is pretty close. Very recent survey. And there is a 6.8% increase in the marijuana-related hospitalizations. Especially they are talking about when you are taking these dispensaries and put it in an area where there is a less police presence. And that's when they are saying this all things can happen and the crime can also increase. The police chief in that area himself said there is a very high possibility of crime increase if you move these dispensaries from an area where there is less police presence. So one of our earlier speakers mentioned that we should move it to more closer to downtown so that there is more police presence, there is no scope of crime or no cause of people misusing it. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. George Duarte, Satya Jandiala.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is George Duarte. I'm a resident here of Livermore for 12 years, and I am in opposition to the cannabis ban. I believe it is very unwise. I was introduced to medical cannabis when my wife came down with brain cancer 3 years ago, and according to her usual standard of care, chemo, radiation, etc., she was prescribed heavy doses of opioids, which turned her into a zombie and which further exacerbated her cancer. She had a terrible fall, and which caused me to completely take her off of opioids. And for the last 2 years of her life, she was on a cannabis regimen, which dramatically improved her standard of care and her quality of life. So I've seen it. I believe it. Medical cannabis works. By opposing cannabis here, it criminalizes the Livermore residents and the delivery businesses here in town. So all of a sudden you have thousands of people in our town who are now criminals for possessing cannabis. I have two recommendations. One is the City of Concord recently approved a medical cannabis delivery ordinance which allows legally compliant medical cannabis delivery businesses to deliver in the City of Concord. So may I request that you direct staff to check out this easily researched on the City of Concord website, that ordinance, which I think could be very easily adopted, copied and pasted, and right here, and make deliveries legitimate here in the City of Livermore. Also, obviously, there are a lot of misconceptions about medical cannabis dispensaries. I have a very good relationship with Magnolia Dispensary in Oakland, and I've cleared with them if any member of City Council or City staff or any public servant would like to go there for a complete tour, they are very happy to accommodate, and I can help with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. And finally, Satya Jandiala.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this issue. I live in Livermore. I live in the same community right next to that green area. So this is a concern for me. One of the gentlemen who spoke earlier said that he doesn't want to go to Oakland because there's crime there, and that's why he wants to buy it in Livermore. But by bringing that, I ask why he's bringing Oakland, whatever crime he's talking about, he's avoiding to Livermore. Why, you may ask? The reason is, once a person is buying a marijuana with a medical license and whatever, so once a person is coming out of the store, there may be people, desperate people, trying to snatch it from that person. There may be people hanging out around in the neighborhood looking for an opportunity. There may be people coming in to do different kinds of crimes, various ways. So this is creating an opportunity for a lot of crimes. So already people who spoke in favor of marijuana before me said that there is a way to deliver this safely to the people who need. Maybe that is the way to go, instead of opening a dispensary where people can walk in and walk out with marijuana and then creating an opportunity for crime. Once an opportunity is created, then the crime has different ways to manifest itself, and then the neighborhood people can be affected. One more thing I want to add, in this neighborhood, there are a lot of foreign-born professionals. They don't know how to deal with problem situations. I can give you one example. In Hayward, one person was hijacking a car. Somebody got in the way, and then he was shot. And then as that person was dying, the shooter actually kept beating him up. That was a very bad situation. So that is the reason. The reason was the person victim in that situation didn't know to get out of the way or how to react in a situation that is going out of control. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. That finishes out the cards. Everyone has had their say. Thank you very much for all of your comments tonight. I'm going to bring it back to the council now. Council comments at this point. Councilor Carling?
Okay, I guess I'll start. So thanks. Thank you to everybody that had an opinion, and for those that raised their hands that didn't get up to speak, I appreciate your letting us know your points of view. I think I'd like to clear up some things. So, because some folks wondered why this was coming up again, and I think it's because we hadn't finished. So, as I understand it, we are being asked on that very last slide of Mr. Lee's. We are being asked to direct staff to prepare an ordinance prohibiting all commercial, medical, and recreational cannabis, and if we so desire, that we could also direct staff to prepare an ordinance that would provide for the exception to that and allow medical cannabis dispensaries in Livermore. So just to be clear to everybody that's in the audience, we're being asked to do two things tonight. And one is to the point I think that Mr. Jefferson made was, or maybe he and somebody else, but so that the state didn't come in and interfere with our own local control. So I think that's the point in number one. And number two is the one that I don't think we've finished, that others, at least some folks, thought that we were still, that we had already decided this at the last last fall, actually. But I don't think we've ever quite finished. Is that a fair statement? I had a couple of other things that somebody brought up. So the question was, how easy is it to get a medical marijuana card? I mean, that seemed to be of concern to some folks. I mean, is this? I have no idea. So does anybody know that it's over here on the staff? Is this something that's easy or hard to do? Or
So that is one of the reasons why MRSA, as it was called, was first adopted, was implemented by the state legislature to actually require some relationship between the patient, the qualified patient, and the primary physician who took care for that individual beyond simply just meeting them and giving them a card.
Okay.
That was one of the intents. I'm not sure how much that's been preserved through the Mauer Cursa, but that was the intent, to make it more rigid and have some relationship with that individual as opposed to just getting that particular card. In the past, was it easy? Yes.
Okay. Another thing that I guess occurred to me was that so if the county's going to do this anyway, without our approval or not, we're being asked to consider an exception that would put one within the city limits of Livermore, and yet there would also likely be one outside the city limits in the county. Is that true?
That is a possibility, and that did not occur until recently.
Right.
So that's a recent development.
Right. Okay. Let's see. Somebody else mentioned about delivery. We already allow delivery in Livermore now, right?
Let me speak to that. We don't necessarily allow it, but our ordinance, when it was drafted, did not necessarily prohibit that.
I see.
So what we have is a situation where, as council has chosen to proceed, not to prohibit that activity now. So if someone is receiving a delivery, if they're a qualified patient or primary caregiver in Livermore, and they're receiving marijuana from a licensed dispensary outside of Livermore, that's not currently prohibited.
So it's not quite the same as Concord, but it effectively is the same.
Concord and I believe the city of Emeryville have a more clear codification of that rule.
Right. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Just to...
Sorry, no, it was building on that, but go ahead.
No, I was going to say, just to build a little bit on what Councilmember Carlin was saying, that about the county looking into to move into that area. It's interesting. Some of the folks mentioned how storefronts are becoming less and less common. People are buying online now, and we're hearing all about delivery services, and who knows, Amazon may start using drones now to deliver this. But I was struck by one of the comments of one of the speakers that they didn't want to go into an undesirable area to buy their medical cannabis. And this is the concern that I've heard from many people in the audience tonight, is the concern that if this does move into the area, this is going to become an undesirable area, kind of sketchy as we've seen in what's happened in other places. And I'm sensitive to the fact that many of the people that we heard tonight bought into this neighborhood with no knowledge that there would be a marijuana dispensary moving nearby. And I think that concerns all of them. We heard the concerns about people that would be acquiring the product from the dispensary and then using it somewhere in the neighborhood. I certainly heard their concerns. I maintain that it always have, that medicines are dispensed in pharmacies. And someone had suggested that this should be in the downtown, next to the hospital. And, well, yeah, medicines should be dispensed in pharmacies. And the federal government just doesn't get that right, and because they put it in as a Schedule I drug. And that's what we're stuck with, is prescription authority is delegated by the federal government. And but if this is a drug, it should be dispensed in a pharmacy. And it makes things a lot easier. But, again, to build on what Councilmember Carling said, the first thing we've been asked to do is direct staff to prepare an ordinance prohibiting all commercial, medical, and recreational cannabis uses, because the state is going to be riding over us if we don't take action. We will lose local control if we do not take action on this. The state promised us all the regulations and all the things that we needed. The state has not delivered that. So we do not have the benefit of having the knowledge of what the state regulations are, and yet if we do not take action, we give up our authority to the state and allow people to move in the way they want to without our control. Someone mentioned the concern about mold and mildew and this bad product. Well, the state is supposed to have come up with ordinances on testing protocols, standardization. You can't go down to a drugstore and buy ibuprofen or acetaminophen without having a standardized dose, 200 milligrams, or whatever. So we don't have any of those regulations in place yet. So that's why the first recommendation coming up here tonight is to preserve the city's authority and not give that up to the state. So your point is well taken. So that's, okay, so I'll leave it at that for the time being. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned Amazon. I think I heard on the news today they're looking at moving into the pharmaceutical business. So they took out grocery stores. Now they're going for pharmaceuticals. So we may not be too far off, except for that whole federal government deal going on. I would like to also clarify with staff, with the approval of number 1, I think that's going through to retain our local control. How does that affect our deliveries in town? Would we at least need to clarify? If Concord has further clarity on this, it would be great to do what municipalities like to do and copy other good work. So I don't know.
If that's the role of the council, that can definitely be incorporated. Like I said, there's Concord. I have not reviewed their ordinance yet. I will look at that. I have reviewed Emeryville's, so there are models out there if that was the council's goal, to prohibit all commercial, medical, recreational cannabis uses, and then create an exception to that prohibition to allow deliveries from licensed dispensaries outside the city to qualified patients and primary givers within the city. That can be done.
Because if we pass number 1, I definitely want to, for direction with number 2, look into the delivery ordinance. So we at least maintain that. Another ordinance that I would also like to look into, since we don't have matters initiated tonight, I won't go too far into it, is amending our smoking ordinance. So smoking anything in a park would be restricted. I don't care what it is. I think our neighboring cities have similar ordinances. Dublin, I believe, has a pretty strict smoking ordinance. I think that needs to be updated, but that'll be for another time, another matters initiated. Going back to the map, if the location is of concern, in particular, I heard traffic through the Breeza neighborhood. I wonder if going back to the community and further restricting our zone to the Las Positas area would help. So it would be more in the upper northeast corner of town, away from the Breeza neighborhood. Quite frankly, that puts it closer to my home than it does to any of the Breeza homes. So I'm willing to put my location where my mouth is. But if it could be, if you could look at the Las Positas area up in the northwest corner. It was also mentioned that there may only be, or northeast, thank you, after 11:30. I'm going wonky. Directions just mean nothing to me at this point. But that would draw it as far away from the Breeza neighborhood as possible. The other consideration, why I bring up the county, if you put a dispensary up in that upper northwest corner, that draws a mile buffer where the county won't be installing another dispensary. Who knows if they're looking at the Greenville area? And that's outside of our control, and the county could be looking at putting one closer to the Breeza neighborhood than we are, technically. So I would like to see maybe going back to somehow to the neighborhood and looking at the upper northeast corner. In addition to that, we keep hearing studies or people commenting on Fairfax and other cities. I would like to see some kind of case study presented to the council as to what exactly does this mean, and maybe it would be helpful to the residents as well, because I read through all the comments and it ranged, I mean, one person was talking about, I don't want a bunch of hippies smoking their doobies under blacklight posters in Livermore, and it's like, that is not what we are proposing. I mean, I think that was literally, maybe the doobies things was a little editorial, but it was along the same lines, and we've never proposed that. Revenue has never been a part of this. Quite frankly, I don't care what revenue we receive from this. It's all about, access and dealing with the issue. But we are talking about, secure, professionally run dispensaries. And so what does that really mean? Can we get an example or a case study up here that shows literally what does that entail? And I don't believe that means smoking on premises or lighting up as soon as you get out of the building. I mean, that's one of the reasons why bringing up the smoking ordinance. So I think there needs to be a little bit more information distributed about that as well. So I would like to, look into that northeast corner and also getting in some kind of case study as well. But tonight, I think at a minimum, if we pass number one, then the second item should be the preserving the ability to deliver in town.
What's interesting, you're talking about just moving it to a different neighborhood, and of course we don't have the benefit of that, having that neighborhood come out and speak. But I thought it was interesting that on the workshops where they had citywide was 43 yes and 7 were no, and with the neighborhood workshop it was 6 yes and 49 no.
Yeah.
I mean, it just absolutely flipped.
That will always
it
be
all
the case.
depends on who's going to get impacted, and that's where I think that you don't have the attractive nuisance of a storefront. I agree with you that if this is a medicine that people need, and you don't have a pharmacy, then you don't have that single storefront. I agree with you about the potential for the delivery services.
I wanted
that
to
seems to be a
clarify.
model that's working.
I didn't say move it to a new neighborhood. Keeping it in the existing green, but in the upper northeast corner. I don't know how if that's still too close for the Breezen neighborhood. I would like to hear more information about that, because I heard, you do start getting closer to the neighborhood as you go down south and also closer to the lab. But that upper corner, now you're crossing the train tracks and Las Positas. You're a few more steps removed from Breeza. So still keeping it in the green area, just how the neighborhood would feel about that upper northeast corner.
Councilmember Coomber.
Yeah, I've got a number of issues, and I'll go right to the end and say I really like the idea of an ordinance that we could have to enable deliveries in Livermore rather than a storefront, and that's for several reasons. Delivery and I think we need to codify it, because the alternative is if you get pulled over while making deliveries right now, regardless that it isn't completely, it isn't allowed, it isn't permitted, and it is prohibited by federal law. So you've got issues there. And federal law is a thing we have to think about as a city, I think, too, because we get a certain amount of federal funds, correct? Do we? Is that at stake here? That's something that we have to deal with every year. I'm so unsure about this current administration in Washington that I mean, after a while, in the last 2 weeks, people who've come out and says sanctuary cities are all of a sudden having ICE raids coming down on their house, and we see it's reported all the time. Yeah, what I don't want to see is that we approve or fail to put an ordinance in there prohibiting a dispensary, and then all of a sudden we find out that everything comes under scrutiny in our town. I know as a former banker and a former cop, as a banker, you couldn't make a business loan. It was against federal law to make a loan from a commercial bank or credit union to a marijuana dispensary. So my next question is, well, where's the money coming from to start a storefront, to do this, do that? Is it a co-op? Is it a, and I never got that information from the gentleman we had been talking to several months ago. He was going to provide it to me, and so I don't understand that part of it. If you can't get a business loan and you're paying all these bills somehow, and there's a public perception, and this goes back long ago to my copiers, that this is a cash business. Is there a medical? Is there some kind of an insurance policy that will pay for these? I'm not aware of any. Maybe there is, but again, it's a piece that I don't know. And since I don't have these questions answered, I would like to be able to do something that would permit, I don't know the language I want to use, but to go along with the deliveries, let's flesh it out as an option. So we know that when we're pulling over a delivery driver who's regulated by the city, licensed, or however we want to do that, when you get too many regulations involved, it gets to be a problem for everybody. But that's a problem really for me with marijuana dispensaries, because who looks at their books? You look at a liquor store, you look at a pharmacy, and they've all got regulators on the federal, state, and county levels. All of them, they do. And you can go to any of them. That doesn't apply to marijuana dispensaries. And it's, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. So for me anyway. So I'm, I guess that was one of my questions I wrote down. Who pays to regulate? Is the city going to put a department? Well, let's not answer them now while I'm speaking. You guys have had your chance to talk. Thank you. Thank you. But no, I'm until we clarify some of these things, I think the energy is spent best on speaking with your federal representatives and taking the lid off at the federal level. I think that you might get a little bit of difference of opinion with me.
Right then. So I think we've got some very good agreement around recommendation number 1. And with the council, I think there's some general consideration on at least looking at a delivery ordinance.
Yeah, I'm just, it was, when we pass one, does that automatically, I don't know. So the direct staff to prepare an ordinance prohibiting. So we would see both of them at the same time, so we don't have a lag in between. So we would see one and then followed by delivery ordinance, and we can adopt them on the same evening. So
Or continue to consider the delivery. But I think we need to move on the first one.
Right, the first, and then we would have, but we're not adopting, we're preparing an ordinance. So tonight's preparing the ordinance, correct? Directing staff to prepare.
And it would come back at a future date.
Right. And then along with that would be a potential delivery ordinance.
So what you have today, so the first item here is you need to, if you want to assert your ability to maintain local control, to prohibit everything, reset your baseline, and then you would build back up from that. If your goal today was to establish that baseline right now, next when it returns to you that you prohibit all commercial and recreational uses for both medical and adult use, you could do that. If you wanted to create an exception for what you have right now for allowing for deliveries from outside the city to qualified patients and primary caregivers in the city, we could work to create some exception right now. It probably may not be as comprehensive as we have seen in Emeryville, or possibly what they have in Concord. We'll take a look at that, see if we can bring that back together. Okay. Councilmember Coomer, you did raise an issue that there's a regulation involved with that. There's registrations and licensing. I'm not sure who that would be through the police department if they'd be able to ramp up for that right now, but we could look at that. So we could at least have something back to you at your next council meeting on 1. If your goal is also to continue this conversation with the community with regard to cannabis dispensaries, that's the second item you can give us direction on today. And if there's some different flavor you'd like us to pursue, which is prefer a delivery option as over a dispensary storefront option, you can give us that direction today as well.
And that was the sense that I got.
Well, yeah, I think we all agree that number 1, we need to ask them to do that. I guess and I also agree that we need to do that. If we did direct you to prepare this ordinance prohibiting all commercial uses, that would prohibit people from delivering. Is that true? If we didn't go any farther than that?
That is correct.
Okay, so I do think that we need to enable that, and because we need to codify that. I'll be honest, I've in support of a dispensary also. But now that I see that the county's going to do it anyway, I just wonder if we need two of them. And I don't know the answer to that. That's where my struggle is. And I mean, I was fully prepared to support a dispensary tonight until I learned that, you know, what the county has done from Mr. Lee's presentation. That was new information for me tonight. So that's my struggle. And I don't know, I mean, I don't know, would we learn anytime soon whether anybody's going to put a dispensary out in the county and where it might be? I mean, that might be important, where it might be in the county.
The way that MCRSA is currently drafted, it creates a certain amount of latitude within CEQA. If the applications are brought forward and approved by ordinance by July of next year. So I would anticipate if there is someone seeking an opportunity out here in the East Bay, unincorporated East Bay, that would be processed or at least applied for fairly quickly. But we don't know at this point.
But so is the whole of the unincorporated Alameda County open for a proposal for a dispensary?
Right now, their current ordinance they already have allowed some in West County, and their most recent adjustment is to allow up to 2 in the East County.
And that's us, Livermore.
That is us. That is from us all the way over to the west to Sunol.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it's that boundary, Sunol to Livermore, is what they consider East County?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. So it's conceivable that they could both be over in, if there were 2 of them that the county approved, they could both be in Sunol.
They can if they meet the other restrictions, which
Sure.
is, as you mentioned, 5 miles apart, but that is a potential.
And then we would still be without a dispensary here in Livermore, which is the path we were headed down last fall. Okay.
And they will begin accepting applications, I think Scott said on the 12th, but we don't know how soon.
Thursday, right.
We don't know how soon they'll actually make a decision.
No, I get that, sure. Okay, thank you. Well, should I move that we accept number 1, and then we can talk about number 2?
Okay.
Let me move that
Okay.
so we can get
So,
second.
It's been moved by Councilor Carling, seconded by Vice Mayor Spadowski. Number 1, to direct staff to prepare an ordinance prohibiting all commercial, medical, and recreational cannabis uses. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? Passed unanimously.
Now we're going to move to.
So we're going to number 2.
We're going to ask you to prepare an ordinance or come back to us with what we would do to enable deliveries.
You can do that.
Okay.
Is that a motion?
Is it?
I don't want to hog the motions here.
Oh, go for it.
You need it. Yeah.
I'll make a motion
Do it
that
so well.
we ask the staff to come back with an exception,
Just some draft information.
with draft information to provide an exception for deliveries in the city of Livermore.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second, but just also making sure the timing is with the
Yes,
first.
good.
So, yeah.
Good point.
So we can bring those together. The one question I have is just the dispensary, though, is only for the medicinal side, not for the recreational side.
That is
Right,
correct.
right.
Thank you.
Sorry, that I didn't make that clear.
So a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Yeah.
There's, I don't know if I want to muddy the
Vice
waters
Mayor,
at this point.
muddy.
So one of the other things that we've heard a lot about, the medicinal uses and the non-psychotropic uses of medical cannabis, and the standardization. This is something that I've been waiting for from the state. Is, you know, what about the standardization of dosage, and what about for example, right now we have field sobriety tests for alcohol. Are there any field sobriety tests in development for driving under the influence of cannabis?
For in development, yes, there are.
There.
Locally,
Okay.
Stanford is looking at
Nothing's on the street, though.
No, they can detect it within your system, but they haven't been able to determine what level it actually impairs your motor skills.
That's the point I was going to get to. Is that there is a field sobriety test is roughly the same thing as you would administer for any intoxicant.
The 0.08
but then you
is
have to
kind of
know
random.
what is the intoxicating level. What's the baseline for that? Yeah.
So one of the things that I know that in some dispensaries, because the focus is on medicinal marijuana, you have actual standardized extracts. You have oils, you have waxes, you've got topicals and consumables. It's a non-leaf dispensary, so it's strictly for the medical components. It's non-leaf. And so I'd like to pursue that because there's less ability to abuse the cannabis because it is specifically formulated for medical uses. Does that make sense?
So the first question is that a request to either amending motion or request to the maker and the second of the motion to amend their motion?
I was talking about, I guess it would be an amending motion.
Okay. And the next one would be, the timing on that would take us, I would assume, more time to evaluate that as far as how to differentiate that particular subcomponent of delivery. So that, I think we could do that. I'm not sure that we could do
But I think
that.
that's more of the focus. We're all coming together in favor of allowing the medical use of cannabis, and I think we would prefer to minimize the potential abuse. And this would be one of the mechanisms to do that. And I don't know what the timing would be on that.
I would want more information as well.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if
Well,
we're-
that's
yeah.
all-
So
that's all
I mean,
part of
maybe come back with more information, but I don't want to, delay this process, for what we have with the timeline coming up of adopting an ordinance. Maybe something for future consideration, and if we can get some more information about that. But
Okay, I'm fine with
yeah.
that.
So let me, the way I'm interpreting the current motion on the table, the first motion that was brought in was passed was to prohibit, take number one there, prohibit all commercial, medical, and recreational cannabis uses in Livermore. The current motion on the floor is whether to allow delivery from licensed facilities outside of Livermore to qualified patients or primary caregivers in Livermore. Right now, that is, in a sense, the status quo. If that is the direction of the council, and that's what you actually move and approve, I would try and draft some language right now that preserves that status quo with the understanding that the city council will be revisiting that at some point in the future, whether to continue to allow that under its current regulatory scheme or a more comprehensive regulatory scheme, or with other adjustments as far as what could be delivered.
Yeah, what he said.
Yeah, what he said. I agree.
Yeah. And then, sorry, one last item. We did have a discussion, or I made a request to go back out to the neighborhood to see if north of Las Positas, if that is far enough away for the residents, preserving some of the green. I don't know. I didn't see many nodding heads or people throwing tomatoes. So I would like staff to go back out to the neighborhood and see if they're. Is that a
Hold
motion?
that thought. Let's deal with the motion on the table.
Yes,
If you want to make a further motion. So we currently have a motion on the table.
Yeah. So okay.
Let's vote on
Let's
that.
deal with the delivery, then we can.
Sure. Oh, I thought we already voted on that. It's
No, we voted.
it's
we
almost
voted on-
donut wheel time. So I'm just.
We voted on one.
Okay, go ahead.
So we currently have a motion pending. What I said, create the exception for the status quo with that understanding that they may change in the future based upon what your further direction. But we'll do our best right now to maintain the status quo as it is in our current regulatory scheme.
Right. Okay.
Good. Call for the vote.
City clerk have all that down? Okay. Thank goodness this is being taped. Huh? Okay. With that, the motion on the table, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, abstentions? Passed unanimously.
Okay, so did you need a motion or just council direction to go back out to the neighborhood to see if north of Las Positas would be acceptable?
So the second item is whether to prepare. I think what you're asking for is rather than giving to prepare, rather is to direct staff to do further research
Yes.
and return to you.
Or additional outreach to the neighborhood seeing if north of Las Positas is a more acceptable option.
So that'd be good. You can give that direction to staff.
Well, my question would be, is the council interested in a physical presence of a dispensary? We were comfortable with delivery. Are we comfortable with a physical dispensary?
I am.
And my response to that is, I think the barrier to a physical delivery location at this point is location.
Oh, I agree. And the other concern that I have is if the county, if somebody proposes to put one in the county just across Greenville or something, I don't know.
Right. That's why I wanted to know about the county's location.
No, I get that. I get that. I think it's more than the northeast corner of the green area. I think it's also what happens from the county point of view.
Right.
And I'd like, I don't know how we're going to know that anytime soon. I mean, maybe we'll find out when they start proposing
Their
on Thursday. I don't know. We may learn a lot or nothing.
So staff can conduct further public outreach regarding Councilmember Spadovsky's suggestion. We can also look at case studies, as he suggested, and maybe by that time we'll have some clarity on the county locations.
Okay. No, that sounds good. Yeah.
Is that just direction, sufficient direction?
Direction.
That's direction. Do you have sufficient direction?
Thank you one and all for coming tonight.
Yeah, thanks
Thank you
very much. It's been a big help.
Where are you going?
He hasn't adjourned yet.
Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned. We're not going to do anything else tonight.
No, I got that. Okay.
That's why I was taking off.
You're looking like you're going to say something.
Nope.
Okay. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.